Good, okay? And the thing that came up was the one that
I don't think I've rolled this one before. If I have, it's been a long time since I have rolled it. So,
made upstairs.
Guinea, are you there? Since it's the last 10 minutes to pile the guineas in, it might be not the ideal time to start asking that question, but I can still pass it along to the other members of the group. So in this case, we'll start with Piper.
Yes.
Piper, when you were a child, what did you want to be or think you were going to be when you grew up?
Uh-oh. Please?
Probably would have been an art therapist. Now she runs everything medical.
Piper's childhood dream was art therapist.
Yeah, she spent more time with her musical therapist uncle. Yeah, she did music. Like, she learned how to play the pan flute and, like, the harp, but at the same time, she also didn't really... It wasn't her thing. As much as painting was.
Right, I gotta go.
Gotcha.
I'll be back. If you want to, I'm not just gonna try to get him in the car.
Arkin's best friend.
They're right here.
Yeah. And what did Bruce, do you think, want to be as a child?
Yeah, Harkin's best friend.
Harkin's best friend. Oh, right. Simple enough, because dog person.
I'm gonna get blessed.
They grew up together.
Simple boy with simple dreams. Nothing wrong with that.
My tea. But I might get some here. Come on, hold on, kiddos. I'll be right back. Don't-
Okay. In a similar vein, of course, who did Venestra, or what did Venestra want to grow up to be? What was their childhood dream, childhood ideal occupation?
Venestra said, to be a traveler and adventurer.
Definitely a far more romanticized job as a child until it gets put into practice. Because then you got some crazy dude in a red shirt putting reality in front of you, and it's dangerous. All right, then I'm assuming Megan probably won't be in the position to go ahead and...
I can give you angels. What's the option?
What did Angel want to be when she grew up? When she was a child and still had ideations of
Alright, and
dream jobs.
Again. This is our third time to answer this question.
All right, then. What did Violet want to be when she grew up?
Now I became a tavern bird. So just running the tavern.
Fair enough. Internet's getting a little unstable there, but that's okay.
And all of those great things. That makes sense.
Yeah, it makes sense.
But it all depends on what she was able to do. As far as, and that's me, like, I know we've answered this multiple times, and I've given you multiple answers, because if we answer it again, I'm probably going to forget what it was.
Gotcha. I didn't know if I had rolled this one more than once, to be fair. So,
This is our third time to answer this question.
gotcha.
She really wanted to be a bard, and she just thought that she was going to be like her dad. Somebody who did stuff, and like hobbies would have been singing. She would have been a singer as a hobbyist, as far as that's concerned. But she would have been an artisan of some sort.
Totally fair. All right, we'll go ahead and extend that question over to Blue then as well. What did Blue want to be when she grew up?
Blue is an archfey. So Blue's only want was basically to hit things and to make really good food with her hair.
That flies in the face of just about every service industry review.
I know.
Turns into food. I don't know what you got.
There's a hair in my salad. Yeah, that's the point. Fuck.
That's kind of a thing. Wait. You're an asshole. Sorry, this guy's in front of me. So if that's what you're asking, that's what Angel would have been. Angel would have been so many things. She would have probably tried to do a million things. Blue would have just been a service industry person or an archfey of food. Because her siblings were kind of made for her to make the perfect bakery or the perfect food restaurant, if you've ever thought about it. Because I did.
Yeah, totally fair.
Yeah, because you're spice, your sister is sugar, and the other one is nice.
Yeah. So basically the server, the baker, and the taste tester, or basically the sweet maker. So basically it was a perfect restaurant.
Yeah.
Oh my god, and nice would have been the service side of things.
That's right. That's right.
The Powerpuff Pastry Girls.
That's literally what it was. And the other people were basically slime and snails and puppy dog tails were as far as like, so we have tails, we have Snips, and Snips was basically the hairdresser.
Oh my god, y'all could have ran a full-blown mall strip.
Yeah, that's what it was. Basically, they were the outfitters and the food makers.
As you do.
Yeah. So if you wanted to know exactly how that worked, that was how it worked. It was just that was the jam. That makes sense.
Yeah.
That's what they were designed to be. If I was going to be honest with all of the different characters, and then Violet wanted to be like her mother, a singing bard who ran kind of an inn and worked her mom's job.
And then ended up with effectively the polar opposite skill set.
Oh yeah. No, she can still sing. She's just not.
I mean, in regards to combative utility.
I mean, she does have a good service face. She is a bouncer at the bar, so I'm just saying.
Yeah, and I'm sure Halcyon would agree she has a good service face. Now, on that note, let's go ahead and get into recaps. And that is inspiration die all around. I'm not sure. I've messaged him. We'll see if and when he manages to notice it and jump in, or if he's got something else going on. I have no idea. Either way, he'll get in when he gets in, I guess.
So, I would say. Step back. Get ready. We ended up going down into the thing, finding one of those snails,
No.
which also had a salamander that was working with it to kind of create land in that space, which makes sense because there was hardly any land in that space at one point.
Yep.
And Violet basically added her little bit of the magic to it to create. You get to sit with me when I drive. You get to sit with me when I drive.
It's been a while since they've been in a car.
It has been a very long time since they've been in the car. Usually I used to take guinea pigs everywhere. I don't take them everywhere now. Because they're different guinea pigs, and they're not brothers, and they're not siblings, so it's like, it has a different vibe to it.
Yeah.
It's also because one of them has literally got his bones. Do you not, or do you see the green light? Do you guys, or do you not see the green light? Are you guys acting like imbeciles? Yes, okay.
What shade of
Awesome.
green you waiting for? Alright, so.
Well, no, this guy had to get out of the side, and so he wanted to get out, so he jumped out in the middle, and now the green light's gone. I don't like to bring the guinea pigs anywhere. I get really anxious, and sometimes when I drive at this hour with Zoac,
But yeah, there was a lot to do with uncovering that pair of ancient guardians.
We also accidentally got ourselves into the main quest of that whole side hole thing. We accidentally ourselves so much as we just were like, we'll come back and get those later.
yeah, but
I
we
know.
probably should handle the hostility that's there before we leave, considering it could help us with Evelix.
Yeah, to bring up the analogy from last time around, or at least last session, this was the equivalent of just jumping straight to the end room in the let's say Skyrim example dungeon crawl without going into any of the side rooms. Which, hey, sometimes that's how it goes.
Okay, sometimes in Elden Ring, you want to take your sword to the end and beat the crap out of the person before you decide to back and go at all the loot, because it's crazy trying to do it the other way.
Yeah, depending on the boss, yeah.
Sometimes you need them health potions to get all the side rooms, not the main room.
Any path to the end goal is valid. This was not a criticism. This was a remark on something that I did not exactly expect, because usually I try to take advantage of the fact that my players can often get easily sidetracked.
I don't want to go to the side. Sometimes just seeing the layers, you have to remember, there was protectant against the layer, like, involvement. So the fact that we could see the layers was good. But the problem is that I'm not going to go, ooh, shiny, when we're like, what the problem is this? When I'm letting you know, Violet's lived with Angel. She knows that there are great creatures underneath things. So her thought is, what the crap is down there?
It's okay to get a
Vinistra
little
said,
crow-brained.
D&D dungeons are like an onion. It has layers.
Oh, yes, indeed.
So I expect us to fight things today, so it's fine. But the problem is that I was like, I don't want to fight last week. Your brain was broken, so I was like, we're not doing it this week. I do not need to start a side encounter this week.
Yeah, which, if it was approaching that, then that would have been, okay, that's where the cliffhanger is. Because, yeah, given what last week was, I was not really in a state to do anything too horribly intensive. I was very much panicked.
No, Violet was very much in the mood to literally go and handle things, so Violet decided. She's like, let's just get this done so things work.
Go find the
Because
other.
there's a reason. Yeah. So, but she also created a way for the algae to be born on the sides of that space, so that way it would actually function as a living space for that creature specifically.
Yeah. All in all, you managed to create effectively an additional food source for both of those entities. Which should help keep them satisfied for a good while.
They were hungry, so they ate the tower.
They also just froze time. That tower actually keeps time going, and there's something having to do with that and all of the other things. But I'm not quite sure what it is.
So now we're gonna go find out what that is.
Yeah, we're gonna figure that out. Before we go back down.
Give me a second, I gotta go to the bathroom.
We are currently driving into this church, and then I will get the babies blessed, and then we'll be back to the house.
It's all good.
Yes, before you guys, and if anybody's asking out on the stream side, Saint Francis's Day, you can get your pets blessed by the church, so they can have healthy lives and be following you into heaven or something. I don't know. I just know that that's what it's for. Oh, we crud. We're driving like a crazy person. Not really, but we're just trying to be gentle with people. Last time we did this, it was during COVID, and Father came out and did it for us because we have guinea pigs.
Yeah.
Hold on, I have to go and deal with people. I will be right back. I'm gonna put myself on mute.
Go do what you gotta do. All right. In which case, then, in the meantime, I believe still currently sitting within that tower, we otherwise do still have Piper and I believe Vinestra present. Well, I should say not in the tower, but in the city hall, effectively.
Vinestra said, Vinestra and Amira are going to go back to the tunnel entrance and ensure nothing is creeping out of it while waiting for the others to join them.
Absolutely. Go ahead and give me a perception check.
"34.
34. Okay. From current observation down into just the immediate entrance, from sort of that town hall entryway, there doesn't seem to be anything sort of climbing up for an immediate exit or escape. Notably, with that 34, there has been a change in kind of the ambient noise in the tunnel, particularly with the presence of both of those guardians kind of stirring to life. There is an ambient sort of sound of shifting earth, just kind of somewhat continuously kind of moving through that tunnel space at the moment. And Dan Piper? Amber? I managed to catch this at the precise moment where, like, 2 out of 3 present people are fully and entirely occupied.
I'm right here, Joe. I just got back. They just
Oh.
basically put holy water on top of them. That was kind of fun.
Gotcha.
They didn't do much blessing. They didn't get to know the animals or anything. Usually they'll touch them and hold them and do blessing. But apparently some people are allergic, so.
Ah. Allergic to guinea pigs?
I have no idea.
Or just in general rodent dander?
Okay, my girl. Don't worry. Don't be afraid, my love.
They got water on me without my consent.
You're fine. You're gonna get a bath. You want a bath. You basically told me for 3 days you wanted a bath.
I want a
asked
bath.
if
I did not
wanted
order a
bath.
shower.
I didn't order a shower. Oh, you didn't know what we were doing. I'm hoping that they got blessed. Oh my god. Children, come on.
You know, I'm going to put us on a
So-
brief BRB just because the nature of the questions I'm asking, I don't know if it's fully comfortable for an audience.
I don't know what question was asked, Joe. I was out of the car.
Right, the nature of the question I'm going to be asking is what I'm about to get at. So,
You don't have to go to break. Just tell me what question we're on. What's going on?
so with the pets being blessed, is the implication that if they weren't, then they would not be eligible for entry to
it's
heaven,
more or
similar to a
less-
baptism?
It's more or less like luck towards like I think that sometimes blessing also means just prayers and the saints looking at them for like blessing towards like disease or like shortcomings, that kind of a thing. I sometimes think about it like that.
Sorry, I was in the bathroom.
Okay,
Say prayers
so ritualistic reinforcement of good tidings, basically.
for debate.
Okay, fair
Mhm.
enough. Gotcha.
And there's only one weekend they do it. And I just watched the dogs go up to the door, get sprinkled with water, and then come back. So I'm guessing that's what's happening.
Are you currently in that facility, in that building at the moment?
No.
No, you're back in the car?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Because I was about to say,
Holy water that was sprinkled on top.
what better time to role play in a Dungeons and Dragons game than right in the middle of a religious institution?
I would, but considering my character is literally baptized, so I'm good.
Fair enough. All right, so
There's only one. So, what? So we're going down into this hole.
back
That
down
was
into the hole.
next plan.
Yeah, Venestra
Yeah,
has
we're-
already wandered down slightly just to go ahead and gauge based on differences in noise if there's anything trying to creep back up. At the moment, at least, as far in as Venestra has gone, nothing of concern has kind of made its way in any of your directions.
But we did see some holes that look like man-made stuff, like stuff that had been brought out
Yes.
out of the area. So we're probably going to go after. I think Violet wanted to check why the bell makes time move. That's what Violet's doing right now. Is Violet and Piper were going to go look at the bell because there's a reason that the tower makes time move. While the creatures down below also help in assisting it, there's something that holds. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
And that's what Violet wants to see, why the tower was so important. Because that bell, as far as a clock tower, would make time move. Ooh, we just got some doves trying to hit my window shield.
Ah.
Yeet. Bro, why? You have so much to live for.
I know, right? So
Dundee.
Come back. Sorry.
but that's what I'm thinking. I don't know. What do you think, guys? Because I'm open to suggestions here.
Methinks see Bell first, because maybe there's also something preventing it from causing time to flow properly.
Well, it's also a protection spell. This place has been more under protection than anything else. The fact that the bell wasn't at the top, there's no protection. So seeing what God had precedence over here, or what primordial beforehand had precedence over here, is kind of important. Because this was a place, it had to have been something of worship. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So she's going to climb the top of that tower to figure out what's going on. That's what she's going to do. Considering it makes sense that this thing is almost made of like fairy magic, because considering it's being lifted by ancient creatures, there's something having to do with it. So Violet is more curious than anything. Does it make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This road right now. So what do we see, DM? What do our elbows see as we climb this tower?
Okay, so Venestra's going down to check on things down. You guys are headed up.
No, she's gonna guard the hole.
Just gonna guard
Gotcha.
the hole. Because nobody's been in this tower for years. So my question is, what's the hole? What's in the tower?
Oh, true. And who knows if anything nefarious got in. Can you tell Piper's not very trustworthy? Or trusting, not trustworthy. Trusting.
Can we tell that Piper has had bad people in her life?
Can you tell Piper has trauma?
Okay.
If I remember, we picked up Angel on the way back, considering the snail's constitution.
All right, so we'll start with heading up and going to effectively inspect the bell tower, before you guys then head down to go ahead and meet up with Venestra guarding the hole and venturing down into what therein lies down there.
It's in the hole.
I'm letting you know, Angel's really curious about the hole, but she's like, I need to figure out what's up here first.
Yeah. Which even venturing up into the tower, it's interesting. It's interesting insofar as while you're ascending, it's like you're ascending along the walk that would otherwise be lengthwise of a ship. As very very much, again, much of, especially the historic buildings here, are repurposed ship material. But to that end, the amount of metal reinforcements that you see here, not only are not of Smith make, but they seem to be entirely repurposed and notably really well taken care of ancient human maritime use type of metal reinforcements that kind of go up along this tower.
So like one of our ships here, one of the big kind of submarine type ships, or one of those aerial crate thingies.
Yeah, and there are certain ancient instances of degradation and rust and things that have still very much been very carefully taken care of, and to the best of the ability of both magical practitioners and smiths of the here and now, have done their best to weld weak points along a lot of that metalwork. But it is notable the difference in basically steel blend between what was used to patch some of the just time damaged points in these reinforcements versus the original steel construction in a lot of these reinforcements, though they are absolutely, by all intents and purposes, holding entirely and completely strong.
Angel's gonna get rid of some of that rust. We're gonna, when we see a little bit too much, we're gonna put a little bit of cleaning stuff going on. Put a little snap there.
In which case, on your way up here and there, you gradually throw on some magical maintenance that otherwise would have been applied to this tower had it not been left unseen and unattended to in the last several centuries, effectively.
So
What's in the hole?
Yeah.
Or what's in the tower?
What's in the tower?
what's in the tower?
Notably, the higher you get, kind of in stark defiance of architectural sanity and physics, the more metal you see. Logically, the heavier material would be toward the bottom for, reinforcement and foundational purposes. But the higher up you go, the more historically human the construction inside of this sort of ship-like building appears to be, until you finally get up to where the bell is, and you notice, particularly, at least from what Griffin had explained to you. I won't give me a history check. The DC is really low based on previous examples of shit like this that Griffin has explained to you.
Oh, it's driving.
Oh, right.
Driving.
Hey, Amber, you want to roll a history check for Megan?
Let me go grab dice. Forgot to grab
Cool.
dice.
I'm home now, but I'm getting inside. Hold on. Thing is either in the back.
I realize I very much wrote kind of a little bit of a conscious mindfuck into the world, wherein our normal modern example of human technology is considered ancient human shit in the context of this world.
Well, but the other thing is that she also questioned, is there a wizard in this tower? Considering it's a tower?
Okay. Alright. Tiny orange dice, go! That's a 19! I don't know what her stats are.
Let me go
They're
ahead and
pretty
double
high
check
as
at
far
least
as
as far
history.
as the D&D Beyond stats, noting also the holiday boost to her intelligence.
8 to 10? For Violet? History?
I was assuming Angel, given the history with Griffin in this context.
Well, yeah, sure, why not? Griffin, yeah, sure. But Violet's also been studying that, considering human lore is hilarious to her.
Gotcha. Violet, naturally not having immediate proximity with conversation with the fucking skag, would have a slightly higher DC. But if you're rolling as Violet, I can also just look at those stats.
So, Violet is just being the protector for Angel, I'm guessing, considering Angel knows a little about human architecture. Is like, ooh, I'm in front. And Violet's like, Get out of the way, you're gonna get killed.
Which again, also, for all intents and purposes, this is a bastardization of it, as again, this is repurposing of a lot of ship's materials into another kind of architecture. But, let's see here.
There you go, bag things. I Let's get you inside. Let's get you home.
Okay.
Baby boy.
So with the holiday bonus, that would mean it's a plus 12 on top of whatever the initial roll was, which was a 19, so that'll be a 33. Or 30.
31.
31. Yep. Okay. Yeah. 31. Far and above what the DC needed to basically... Excuse me. To basically register this. As my brain just immediately had a fart.
You okay? Come on, McCormick. Back in the house.
The roll was for what? Knowledge on the architecture? It was for...
Oh, my baby. Oh, yeah.
Or was it for something more specific? Brain just completely died. Like, what's the nugget I'm giving you? My brain got caught up with math and then forgot the question.
The question was, what do we see in this tower?
That was not the question that prompted the history check.
Well, because, like, it seems like it would be a wizard's tower.
Is there a wizard here, Harry?
Right, that also would not prompt the history check.
Vinestra said, what it is made of.
Right, okay. Ugh,
Architecture, structure, that kind of thing.
fuck, okay.
We got less.
So, this as far as going back to a lot of your previous conversations with Griffin about like old human construction and shipping techniques and things like that. There is, of course, naturally a lot of the normal sort of boatswain ship architecture that you would see from any number of cultures that exist in Zaria now, which still are kind of indicative of maritime era, medieval to 1800s, that range of ship work, where there's a lot of wood structure here, but then you also... Excuse me.
There's a brick.
There was also... Oh, there's a
We're
brick.
in the ship, just so you know. We're on the tower. We're looking at all the stuff, and then we're gonna go back down. Okay.
Climbing the tower to get context on the bell, so I'm giving information about the structure there. So you do catch a lot of that in the sort of surrounding reinforcements, where, however, when you get to the metal, notably, there's a lot of still relatively well put together sort of dark black and blue paints on a lot of this steel work. It is solid. A lot of it is singular pieces. A lot of it is rivets, bolts, and a lot of it is very, very massive singular pieces to the extent where, as far as what Griffin would have told you, this was factory made steel work for, particularly when you get around where the actual housing for the bell tower aspect of the clock tower is. You notice patternings in that steel that remind you of what Griffin has shown you pictures of for shipping crates. Repurposed, rebuilt, recut effectively to act as proper reinforced housing. That is then framed and sort of decorated effectively with the other just normal wooden ship work to allow it to blend with the rest of the structure. But again, it is in sheer defiance of physics that all of this metal is toward the top of the structure rather than the bottom, which speaks to likely some aspect of magic, of connection there, of, in all likelihood, there's got to be a wizard or something here, or maybe it was just the Guardians, as through the entire climb, you have encountered no sign of a conscious presence of person with intent, of guardianship, of maintenance, of anything. There's a distinct lack of personability and decoration and lived presence in this tower.
Is there a door without dust on it?
That's the thing. Despite the few spots of rust that you've patched on the climb, it is otherwise completely without dust or grime or dirt on the interior or anything that really would indicate lack of cleanliness over the passage of time.
That means there's somebody here.
And as that big question kind of repeats in your head as you finally pass the mechanism where the clock seems to be set up, which still in its own right is a very almost overcomplicated sundial rather than a typical gear work clock structure. Right at the top, Angel, with her particular focuses in history, can't help but be utterly confused and also geek out as you find a patinaed to a soft, almost jade-like green Edo-Japanese brass bell at the top of this tower.
I'm letting you know she's yelling in Griffin's head right now. Griffin! Hi.
And given that you've explained to me that Angel has very thoroughly made a point of studying Japanese, I'll say just give me a flat wisdom check to see if you can read the inscription on the side of the bell, as it has still itself been somewhat worn with time, though there are traces all along its surface that are far more recent carvings onto the bell, notably. Each and every one of them, notably celestial in script, but the normal localized Japanese inscription on the side of the bell, basic wisdom check to see if you can make out the sort of roughed out inscription there.
Repeat that one more time, because I got interrupted and people asked me questions. I just got here and I'm just trying to get myself situated and people are like, hey Megan.
I'm guessing your grandparent.
Joe, please repeat that just one more time for me, because I was listening and then it got garbled because people were asking me what I wanted to eat.
So you notice immediately as much fresher inscriptions and sort of scratchings onto this, even as far as ancient human history was ancient by their standards, at least by a number of centuries. Bell, there's a number of newer inscriptions that are clearly celestial script for the purpose of enchantment, but as far as what resides on the bell by itself, it has been worn with time, so go ahead and roll me a wisdom check to see if you can make out and read what it says, given that, again, as you've mentioned, Angel's made a point to study the ability to read Japanese, or in this case, kanji.
Japanese, Korean, Chinese, pretty much anything that has to do
Number
with
of Eastern languages, yeah.
Yeah. We studied the Eastern countries and we're working our way through the Irish countries right now. Like, we're looking for Gaelic right now. Because we're trying to find more humans, and because of the war, that was her thought process, if there's going to be more humans coming out of the woodwork.
If I have any viewers that are weeaboos, otakus, or just Japanese people, forgive me if I butcher this, based on what Megan gets for the role.
Okay.
Can I assist? Because Eyes of the Roomkeeper? Can I lend an assist and a guidance?
That would be great.
By all means,
What?
you can provide her advantage on the roll. Absolutely.
Okay, I was gonna say I could do advantage because I don't want to steal
Hold on,
her
I'm
thunder.
walking up onto my bed.
I was trying to ask in a text chat, but no one seems to see. Why are we in a clock tower?
Because that was what came from the hole. I haven't seen it. Where is it?
Yeah. The clock tower was the thing that originally fell into the sinkhole. The ancient guardians brought it back up into the main mayoral structure, the town hall. It merged with the structure and melded with its architecture.
So we're gonna go with
So I'm missing some notes then.
an 18 plus whatever.
18 plus whatever. Okay.
I just sat down, Joe. I just sat down on my bed. I just got my dice down. I'm sitting down on my bed.
It's all good. And we'll go ahead and get through just a fresh recap for Brick after I finish out this description with you. Given that the holiday has had a number of bonuses to every mental stat, including wisdom, yeah, 18 plus, since I'm just asking for an attribute roll, plenty. So,
Considering I think it's over 10 now. With her
Yeah.
dragon stats up.
at the moment, yeah.
We're going in dangerous place. Stats are up.
Yes. What you read on the side of the spell says Toki no Kane, which translates in a more direct sense, Bell of Time.
Not really, bro.
Well,
Alright, that was kind of mean.
as far as association and knowledge about this specific bell, you can roll me a history check if you'd like.
Is this bell made of jade?
It is not. It is made of really heavily time patinaed brass. But it is still a really old, really incredible looking bell for the amount of time that has passed. Which then also, given the surrounding reinforced architecture that has provided its mounting looking like a shipping crate, you're starting to piece some things together.
She's going to use mending to heal all of the broken bits and refinish this so she can read a little bit better.
Yeah.
Which is, and with her level of mending, I don't know what's going to happen. But it's gonna look real quick.
The degradation of time to this extent, mending isn't really able to help with much. You managed to read the title of the bell. There aren't really any further inscriptions on it. What is notable are the various rediscovery at this point, inscribed runes of Celestial that have been carved into, in addition, onto the surface of the bell, which do, to be fair, expose more of that bright sort of brass color,
Can I use my
if still
time
somewhat
mending
past with time.
spray? Can I use my time mending spray that has got the mushroom infused in it, which is a mending spell, imbued into a spray bottle to kind of heal the patina or heal the bell itself a little
Okay.
bit?
That spray is mostly for usually shorter term time reversals like a burned page. But sure, yeah, you can spray a bit of it on
No,
there, see how far it goes.
I have 3 strength. We have 3 strengths. She's going to get the strongest one because it's old as fuck.
Okay.
She's like, I'm gonna get the strongest concentration of bullshit that I can get to fix this. So I can read it. Just to heal it, because that was one of the things that was made by the mushrooms that we were allowed to use when we were
Here's a
allowed to
berry.
make.
We use that
It was
one
also
spare.
something, it was an Arlean thing.
Yeah,
It was
so
made
in
for
using
crystal
the
repair.
heaviest concentration, you will be losing the spray on this bottle. Are you sure you want to
Vinestra
do that?
said,
Oh, that's
just
fine. I've got
remove the
more.
top
On this
layer of oxidization.
Okay.
It's not that. It's being able to read it and it healing itself by reversing. So
Okay.
basically, it wouldn't be as damaged
Okay.
and it would last longer.
So using up the bottle on this spell. All right, that's fine.
I've got more bottles. I've got 2.
Yeah.
Mom was only allowed
Notably, for the nature of the other inscriptions, this won't remove the after the fact added celestial enchantment work that's been added onto
No.
the bell.
No.
That said, as you effectively spray this across the surface of the bell, you watch almost like paint remover, where the flecks of patina then just kind of dissipate off into the atmosphere. Slowly but surely, this sort of patinaed, like almost jade colored green slowly gives way to a bright, vibrant, and polished brass of the era of its making. You watch as scratches mend themselves, cracks deeper set into the bell loudly snap themselves back into place. Rubbings and various different contact points where engravings and things on this bell have softened, suddenly sharpened once again. And you slowly watch as the sun peeking through the snow clouds reflects with brilliant vibrancy over the surface of this ancient metal bell. Now all the more sharply, you read its title, translating again to Bell of Time. If Angel would have read about bells like this specifically, go ahead and roll me a history check.
He was fascinated with religion and culture, so yeah. That's a 29?
29.
Not my highest one.
Okay. Historically, this particular bell, let's see if I'm getting this history correct. Yeah, historically, this particular bell was actually bound to a temple and part of 10 similar bells that all signaled from what was originally historically just straight up Edo Castle back in what was the Christian historically recorded human year of 1666, when this bell was in its practiced use. This was
But it
meant.
was made before then.
It was, as this was.
Older than that.
It was, as this was bound to a temple at the time. It was made shortly before then, mainly to signify the passage of time around that area and around that region. It carried forward in following generations to eventually be converted for restaurant use and notable historical notice, as well as tracking the lunar calendar of the time, something that it may have trouble doing nowadays with 3 fucking moons in the sky.
I would like you to read the side message that I just sent you.
Sure. I promise it was not intentional. It was coincidental when I had put this there. And that is also going into the literal history of the bell.
Oh, so this is when the Americas found it. This is back when like Christians decided to write it down.
Yes, this was based off of the Judeo-Christian calendar when they had estimated it the time of its creation. According to their calendar, that would have been the year it would have been applied to.
Yeah, right. Probably made earlier than that.
Yes,
Oh,
which indications suggest it was made before that point. However, it was erected into that bell tower in that year. Historically. This bell tower, different story, but either way. What's more notable, beside the sort of fun notes of the historical significance of the bell and its name and its purpose and its sort of tracking of lunar cycles, are the series of runes that have been, much after the fact, traced into it, of celestial make. and of that language. Which seemed to, through the nature of its enchantment, go ahead and roll me an Arcana check to see if you glean this.
Glean is a fun word.
And I'd say, Amber, with your Eyes of the Runekeeper, if you want to assist in that, you absolutely may.
Yes. Assist and also hand of guidance. Or guide.
Figure that out. That's why I don't like it.
Get a D4. Extra.
Um. $35?
35.
More.
Yeah, more than enough to glean the sense and the indication and the direction of a lot of this rune work. First of all, while this spell was again originally used to track the Lunar New Year, the enchantments to some degree have been used to repurpose it for that, to account for 3 fucking moons in the sky, and to track time via the movement of the moons. But with that, it also means that through its state of enchantment, this bell, at least over the city, this particular city of Arkala, now exists in 3 points of temporal flux.
What do you mean?
Don't tell me we're going to the moons.
No,
I don't wanna
that's
go
not
to
the
the
goal of
moon.
this
Oh,
campaign.
thank God. I don't want to go to space. Hyper's afraid of heights.
No space.
So a bell tower. So this building we're in, it was above ground.
Yes, then it got sunk down
Because it fell
snails
into the
got-
sinkhole.
Okay. No, I figured that this, based on the fact that there were like old human relics, I figured this was like some hidden structure that was revealed or something. But
No. There was a bunch of shit people living on this island saying, "Oh, we need to build something there so we can watch the stupid moons."
The moons!
last
The
week,
moons!
a clock tower fell into a sinkhole.
Oop. Oop. Oop.
Either
You say
way,
it like merged with something in there?
yeah, so as the clock tower was lifted out of the sinkhole, it merged with the city hall that was built atop the sinkhole to stop people from fucking falling in.
Okay, so instead of it falling into a sinkhole, it came out of a sinkhole that
Now
was
it
underneath the
came.
city hall.
It fell in a number of centuries back.
God.
The ancient guardian beings that existed at the bottom of the sinkhole, after a number of helpful events by the player characters that went down there, decided, okay, we're going to bring this thing back up. They lifted it up using a lot of primordial magics, basically allowed it to suffuse and merge with the architecture of the city hall that was then existing above the sinkhole.
I was making a description. I told him it's a description.
So, to continue with the nature of these enchantments. Basically, this bell operates around 3 different points of temporal flux for its enchantment, both centered around spiritual connections with the moon. First of all, Euskia, representing erratic, chaotic future. The way time pushes forward, then you have the here, the now, the present, moon of... I'm forgetting the names of my fucking moons. Hold on a sec. Is it Kalawa? Nope, it's not Kalawa. It's Kamari, I think. Yeah, shit. Hold on.
Paula is the other one. That's why
Just gotta refresh my calendar, and then all I gotta do is hover over a moon, and then it'll tell me the fucking name.
Meh.
Yep. Okay, Kamari. That was the one I was fucking up. So, chaotic, spastic, youth and future, the small enchantment and focal point on Euskia. These are lunar celestial enchantments focused on the moons. Then there is the present, the overarching, central, larger enchantment of Kamari. And then there is the past, the burning, the broken, the destroyed past, the burning moon of Felicia Meadow.
And there used to be another moon. It doesn't exist anymore, so there technically should be 4 dials. There were 4 moons.
There are 3 present in the enchantments.
What happened to the? Wow, that's a question for later.
The 4th is how the 2 gods were born. With the
So-
myth.
Wouldn't that just mean that the enchantments were put on after the moon had disappeared or whatever happened to it?
Moon disappeared within the first 3 eras. Because I missed the 4th and the 5th. But in the first 3 is when Alara became, and the god of fate became a thing.
The arrival of the gods happened really quickly when it came to the passage of the eras, overall in at least a cosmic sense. So at least
But
the
that's what I'm saying,
inscriptions here
The moon
are
fell.
not older than at least the first era of record within the 6 that currently exist.
So this wasn't before then. At least Angel's gonna make a mark of that. Is there an Angel of Arlian in the tower? Is it a Wizard of Arlian? That
There,
might make sense.
again, at the moment, as far as you can tell, there is no presence of any being here.
There has to be a presence of a being. Angel's like, there has to be somebody. This is a hiding situation. Somebody's hiding here. Considering there's no dust on any of this, there should be tons of dust and dirt and debris everywhere. There's nothing on it.
I will say, as far as the way that those enchantments are constructed and interact with each other, the purpose of the bell and everything therein involved is to prevent temporal locking, basically. That does seem to happen by and large in random locations all across the sort of island continent of Kirin in random instances, because it's just temporally a little weird with the way it kind of freezes past examples of eras. So this seems to be sort of a protective enchantment to prevent that shit from happening to the extent that it causes damage, at least over the area of this city.
So don't leave the city or we might get frozen in time. Gotcha.
Not the implication.
Not the implication. The implication is that the weather itself is like a pause in the
Yeah.
weather.
Temporal freezes, they are a much more macro thing for the landscape than it is for the individual people, I should say.
Sorry if I'm quiet.
That's
My
pretty lucky.
allergies are-
I'm letting you know, Angel's gonna go into the tower and try to find the door with. She's going to do the thing. Find the person. She's gonna find the person.
Okay, gonna go ahead and look for a door, look for a person. See if you can find one. By all means, go ahead and roll me an investigation check.
There's no dust. There's no way you don't have any dust.
Which is to say, notably, you have not encountered any enchantments that seem to be in any way resembling prestidigitation. In other words, the passive
That's
cleaning
right.
enchantment.
With a 19 DM, my investigation is like a 20. No, it'd be a 30 considering the holiday.
Okay, 30. On your investigation to find a door or a person over the length of this tower, peeling over every rivet, every bolt, every instance and change and layer in the architecture to try and find some semblance of a physical door. With a 30 on investigation, none is found.
Guidance. She still has a guidance she didn't use.
How
What?
much of guidance do you give me?
A D4.
D4 guidance. D4. Where is one of my D4s? Hiding. That's what it is. That is a 4? 34.
34.
Because there's no way the big old guardians got inside the clock tower.
No.
They never ventured within. They never really could at their size.
Mm-hmm.
Not at the size
But
it
it
was.
has to be clean.
Peeling over every conceivable inch of this tower, you find, again, no evidence of living spaces. No presence of any sort of...
Living.
Don't interrupt.
Go ahead.
No presence of living spaces, no record of residence, no indication that anything living resided here.
Living. There's unliving.
There is
Is-
automatons. Automatons are not considered living.
As you peel and peruse over every conceivable inch, over every bit of old architecture, every bit of new, the only thing you find distinctly of note among the complete lack of dust is the sheer, confoundingly perfect geometry with which everything has been cleaned. Almost
did that matter?
mechanical in its own precision.
My skin don't like that.
Feeling over it for 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, frustratingly 20 and then 30, knowing full well that even your companions who are helping you and those that are otherwise keeping watch now several dozen feet below you, maybe exhibiting their own levels of impatience with the lack of information, you finally realize the small of your upper back between your shoulder blades is a little heavier than it should be, and your kids in your hair have not climbed down. Investigation is a hands-on role, usually. And hands-on indeed this is.
Oh my god.
It's clinging to the back of her neck.
Hi, Mama.
I'm going to reach back into my hair.
The investigation here, given what you were looking for, was used in place of a perception check against a stealth roll. 34 managed to beat its roll by 2.
Oh, God.
Yay! Hand of guidance! I know that's not what the spell is
I know,
called, but
you can-
guidance!
Angel is so frustrated. She's like, I know something's here. I know it's here. She looks like a crazy woman with her hair like almost starting to pull out a braid a little bit. Can't breathe.
And you
find
reach
the
back
braid.
and grab what appears to be, I'm going to be honest, if you took the idea of a Roomba and then gave it a bunch of crab-like extensions to its features. Legs,
An army
pinchers,
Roomba.
and everything. Its entire body, notably, is completely covered in the same celestial rune work. Though, weirdly, the font of it if you can put font in high magical rune work, seems to be rigid, hard-lined, and in line with the patterning of where circuitry would be on this particular automaton, whom is looking in and focusing on you with these bright, almost piercing frost blue mechanical eyes, focusing in on you.
Hello. Aren't you cute?
Language identified, collective of a series of ancient languages, eventually consolidated down into what is now referred to as Zarian Common. Hello.
Yes.
Oh,
Hello.
Jesus Christ. Took it a while to say hello.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, how does it work?
I'm
The
just gonna say
artifice
in
is coming
Spanish.
out.
I'm gonna speak in Spanish and basically see what happens. I'm gonna basically say, "Hi, how are you doing? What's your day like?" And basically say it in Spanish
But
and
in
see what happens when it changes the dialect.
Befuddlingly, it stops and corrects you on a couple of pronunciation errors.
Damn it!
It's like, excuse me, that is not the word you use there.
Identified historical Spanish. Clearly not the primary language of the target.
Target!
I'm letting you know
Target
this
could
is-
mean
this-
anything. Target of
it
its
takes-
attention at the moment.
I'm letting you know she takes a deep breath and there's a slight, like, several different, like, dialects mixed Japanese and Korean and Chinese literally going through, like, all of the slurs that she knows coming out of her mouth at the same time underneath her breath where nobody can hear it. See if this thing picks up anything.
Except for maybe Piper, but she's not gonna, because she's like, oh, I don't understand what she's saying, but she's pissed.
Various softly spoken sub-Asian vulgarities detected.
I walk up to Angel, kind of like shake her. Can I keep it? Can I keep it?
No! No!
It cleans the tower. It belongs here. This is its home.
I am not owned.
Who?
I maintain the tower. I maintain the ship. I maintain the bell.
Who made you?
Specify.
Ugh.
Creator.
Manufacturer ID.
No! Looks over at Avery. Puts her hand over his mouth. Do not. He's gonna give me a series of numbers. Don't do
Record
that.
of
This is a-
manufacturer ID. Lost.
No!
He
He
said
doesn't
it's
know
lost.
who made him.
Yeah, that
Original
information.
manufacturer of the original structure. Filbert Cleaning Company. Circa 2154. Pennsylvania.
Vinestra said. Was it Arasaka?
Oh, shit. I'm letting you know this
Filbert
is the
Cleaning Company.
I'm letting you know she walks away with this little thing. I'm not letting you question this. I need to question this thing and get an answer.
I cannot be removed from the tower, and it is trying to
Not-
scramble out of your arms.
No, she takes it into another room. She doesn't want anyone to interrupt her talking to it and start talking to it at the same time. It pisses her off when
I
people
want
do
to. I
that.
want to know if I can. I want to know if I can detect thoughts on its digital mind.
You can certainly try. Surface thoughts, normally you don't detect them out of automata. You do detect some out of this, which indicates that there is something more than just mechanical essence happening here. It is mainly just, I exist to clean, I am being disturbed. That's what you're getting as surface thoughts.
All
It's
right,
like-
I'm satisfied. Do with it what you will.
Thank you. Who do you serve?
I serve all those below the bell.
It's not creepy or anything.
Who wrote all of these celestial runes?
Language identified and recognized. Celestial. Variety. Draconic of quantum dislodge, lodge. The world is broken. The eyes focus back up on you after it stares at the floor for a couple of seconds.
What do you mean the world is broken? The world is not broken.
The world is in 5 pieces. All here and not here.
True.
The world is broken.
It's not a world anymore. It's now 5 rings that act as independent worlds of their own. What can I call you?
Wait,
Bell
so
Cleaner 1
this
of 1.
L Cleaner 1?
You notice there's a twitch in the eye. Sentient urge trying to override function. Bell Cleaner won't. Call me Bell.
Well,
Notably, that voice lacks that mechanical cadence completely.
we're celestial trapped in a Roomba.
Trapped, no. I am the ghost that occupies the shell.
You're a celestial
This
ghost?
reference.
Aren't we all?
No.
No, not everyone's a celestial ghost.
Technically not.
If not, then what is a soul?
It's
Did
not a
humanity ever
celestial
find that
ghost.
answer?
It's a state of being. It's the vibe.
And this is the state of
The
being
awareness of
that
electrical
I have chosen.
impulses.
I
You're
exist
not
to
gonna
clean the
rule
bell.
them and finish the statements?
Rick, she went to a different room.
Right.
You can't hear her.
I exist to clean the bell, to protect those that reside below it. This land is trapped in a flux of time, as is the consequence of its existence. It is both a good thing and a constant record of the bad.
You're not wrong there, considering all the things we've done.
And it is only the
Positive,
4th
simple,
most
positive.
unstable continent in this regard. It is only the 4th most unstable continent in this regard.
I think Sablehearth and Githoven have a tie for first.
No. Githoven is first,
Really?
by a long shot. You
Yeah,
were there
talking about
once,
the
and
trick.
Waterfalls going backwards is a hell of a mindfuck.
Talking about the trial of the gods, yeah, that's probably true. Which god do you serve? She pets it like with its like the top of its head.
Are you giving The Roomba crab scritchies.
Yes.
I have no nerves with which to feel that.
I don't care. I'm still scratching the soul.
It's interesting the first time you've tried to scratch effectively what is industrialized plastic under your fingernail.
Patting it like back and forth like this.
Who made me is not the right question. What is?
What made you? She's gonna take out a series of brushes and give it a little tiny tune-up.
It stops and it thinks, and you watch as the sort of series of runes kind of briefly, almost like a wave light, roll across its body. An older celestial, bound to this world, but not attached to the Pantheon. A stowaway
There are several of them.
on heavenly wings.
What?
That makes sense. She's gonna tune up this thing. She's going to take out the tune-up kit that she was given by Farah and just give this little thing a mini tune-up and clean up all the little gears.
The crab claw snatches the screwdriver and just starts tuning itself.
Avery's not in the room, but Avery's player is really jealous that Avery's not in the room.
Thank you.
I can fix it.
I do not remember its name. I don't think it remembers its name. It likes to help people, but it sleeps more often than it doesn't.
I have a question. Does Angel allow at least Avery to just kind of hear through, to listen in?
She allows you to listen in, but she's not gonna allow you to come in. The thing is like, I've decided to talk to this thing. It's celestial in nature. I'm gonna figure out where it came from. And I don't need people talking to it and asking it manufacturing numbers that are actually make
That's all I wanted. You've made it very clear that you don't currently want our help in investigating it, but
not with this one thing. Not with this one thing.
Yeah.
Because it's like.
So now I was just asking, can I at least be privy to what you are coming up with?
Oh yeah, no, she's not gonna keep you out of that part. She's more or less like, I need to be able to talk to it. If you give it more than one focus, it's a robot. Not necessarily gonna. It's got one focus. If you take its focus away for 2 minutes, it's gonna give me a series of numbers that are gonna go somewhere else, and I'm not gonna be able to focus on it anymore.
If any
She
of
already
you
knows that.
encounter the sleeping angel, be kind to it,
I'll
for
be
it is
kind.
tired.
It doesn't have a name?
I do not remember its name. I do not know if it remembers its name. Be kind to the sleeping angel.
Does it sleep beneath us?
No.
Does it sleep in the tower?
No.
Does it sleep above us?
It sleeps in the place between places.
I don't want to go to the void.
The void is beneath us. It does not sleep in the void.
The astral sea.
The astral sea is beyond us. It does not sleep in the astral sea.
Then what's in between us?
Limbo.
No.
I've been there.
all I was thinking was like interdimensional spaces, but I guess yeah, that would be it.
Oh, I have see beyond the veil. I can see this thing. If it made it, I can see it.
You want to try to use See Beyond the Veil?
Mm-hmm.
Give me a wisdom saving throw immediately.
Holy shit.
Okay.
Oh, natural 20 for that one.
Plus?
Plus 15, so it's a 45.
I'm
mean
staring
35?
down the barrel of a 45. Sorry.
35, sorry, 35.
You're fine, but that was a great segue. Anyway.
35, you said. Is it 35 or 45?
35, considering 45 is a little too high for me right now. I don't have my secondary wisdom thing on. It buffs me by 10.
Okay, 35. You managed to not immediately fall unconscious by trying to tap into this thing. As the stretch of attachment that you immediately find is first just a stretch of impossibly long hair bound to this thing, stretching off into infinity, the color of the strands of hair, not midnight black, but Vanta black, absent the absorption of light like the dark between stars.
Oh, hello.
Trying your best and your damnedest to peer past it, you find a soft golden white robe and a soft hand limply hanging off to the side, and the steady rising and falling of a chest. Feminine, masculine, you're not sure. The more you try and focus on it to communicate with it, the more horribly tired you are getting. You take 1 point of exhaustion. Do you continue?
It's terribly tired. But why is it tired? Celestials don't get tired in case they're taxed. Can I sense something wrong here?
Give me a vibe check with disadvantage.
Disadvantage. $19 plus 35, 37-ish, considering what the holiday's doing for wisdom right now. Because I get a +5, and I have the +10 that I already have for Angel, which equals the 35 already, which I don't know whatever the plus would be after that for the wisdom.
With a 37, 37, 34, whatever. As long as it's in excess of DC 30 here, which is what the DC was. Trying your hard to get a sense of what's going on. And getting more and more tired with each passing second of looking at it. There is a sense immediately that you get when looking at the strands of hair, when trying to look at the face, where you're immediately reminded of a barrier net beneath the waves. With the motion of the hair, as if it's acting like that same kind of net, holding something back, and you have to wrench your eyes shut and recover yourself before you know for a fact you are going to collapse.
I'm gonna look past the net.
That's 2 points of exhaustion.
It's fine.
Roll me another
Wearing
vibe
the
check with
crown,
disadvantage.
I'm wearing the crown, and I have 5 additional points of exhaustion. 'Cause I
Plus
did roll that
Piper
this
has
time.
coffee. Piper has coffee.
That is a natural 20.
With disadvantage.
Wait, you said disadvantage.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Wrong
a
direction.
19. A 19. Plus what? Well, for which one? Wisdom save?
Vibe check.
Vibe check would be 19. It'd be a 37.
Okay.
Ow.
What other collection of 5 ever-controlling beings also reside in limbo? As you once again take a peek at those that wish not to be seen.
Oh, great. That Celestial's holding them back. Great. Poor thing.
Do I know what they're made of now? Considering they're celestials, they're great old ones, there are otherworldly beings. The question is, do I, as a person, after studying them because I've been studying them in the background for a while, do I know what they are made of?
Even with the background studies and the books that you have access to in your libraries, you have not found that information. It is a point of frustration and a point of terror, though notably, even though you're appearing beyond the net itself seems to be obfuscating you enough that seems these 5 things above are not aware they are being observed. Not through this.
They can't touch the world anymore because of what I did.
Oh. Nope. Ow.
Roll me a wisdom saving throw with disadvantage.
For what? For the sleeping thing? 18 plus. This is 1 point lower than the last one.
You manage to hold out as you watch the body beneath robes twitch, as if shuddering from sleep. Being viewed from both ends seems to be causing additional strain.
I'm going to take out a blanket that I've had in my possession for a long time. Since we went to Reclam for the first time.
Jesus. That was a long time ago.
It's the one that one of the gods gave me. And I'm going to put it on this celestial to give it power and relaxation.
High or low? Because you are trying to intervene through a vision physically with something of this scale of power.
Be right back. I gotta
Hi.
go. Aloe vera.
I'm right in the middle of the road. On both rolls.
Low. The sleeping head turns in your direction, and the mouth opens. You can't reach me here. And you are shunted from the vision.
I can't reach you from there, that's what you said. It said.
It did.
Okay, back.
I'm going to do something I haven't done, and I'm going to use my ability as... I haven't done my racial ability, which is the Ender fuck you moment, which can actually send me through gate, actually. It's a weird fucking spell, put me in somewhere else.
Are you sure you want to do that?
I want to help this creature. I want it to get that blanket is supposed to protect it when it sleeps from anything that may hurt it while it's doing what it's supposed to. That's what it did for my child while it was doing what it was doing. It's just a celestial blanket. It's just an additional item.
Right. I'm saying, are you sure you want to gate into limbo right here, right now, to provide that blanket?
I can gate back. I can use that racial feat twice a day now. Considering that there are more people using it than just me.
Okay.
For Violet, I would do it. For Violet to protect this space in this world, I would do it, because Keating is a space where that dragon is getting tired. And I have to be able to help it somehow.
Okay.
If it's offering us protection, if it's offering us protection from them, I have to try.
All right.
And Angel does this. Angel always does this without thinking. So, Brick, you're seeing her do everything she does without thinking. This is automatic. This is just instinct.
Now, as a point of warning going into this, I'm not going to make this guesswork. I'm going to say this outright. Being in physical proximity to this being, every, mechanically speaking, action you take will be an additional point of exhaustion in proximity to this thing.
I have a total of 10 optional points of exhaustion, so we're at 8 right now.
Yes.
Okay.
There is a risk of dying in this attempt, is what I'm getting at.
I understand, but the rebirth may also help this thing get more energy. And keep us safer just a little longer. I'll risk it for the biscuit.
Okay.
This is Aria. This is what Amora would have done. This is what she as a person does naturally. I know this is gonna I know that Nicodemus is gonna be really pissed off at her for this. But
Incredibly pissed off.
this is the thing. Mm-hmm. Oh shit! I've got to roll to see if she gets taken over again too. Shit, she's doing something stupid. Oh, good. 1. She's not paying attention. Fuck yeah. Ghost isn't paying attention.
Okay.
Oh, good.
Piper. From a distance, Avery, you watch as Angel opens an arcane gateway into the black void between planes of existence. Go for it.
Well, you muted yourself.
Another Tuesday.
No, I didn't. Still going.
Oh, well, then you backed away enough that it kind of cut out what you were saying.
All right. You watch Angel open an arcane gateway into the black void between the planes of existence. Go nuts.
Do you at least tell Piper or something? Because Piper's not clued in. She's just like, I'm waiting for the Inquisition of the Crab.
Angel went from, I'm going to figure out who made this crab, to immediately jumping through a door.
What's up, Hold on a second.
How does it feel to be blessed? Huh?
They're already blessed. They have food.
What did you say?
We have been blessed with calories.
They said, thank you for showing us your animals. I'm like, yeah, they're guinea pig.
Oh,
He didn't see them. Everybody else did. The one who blessed them was the deacon or whatever his name was, that new priest.
Oh.
Yes. So, she ends up, what she's going to do is she looks over at Piper, and what you see is that amalgamation in the barrier through her mind, considering you have telekinesis open with Angel.
She is mentally unaware.
I understand that, but you see that picture in your mind as the last bit of telekinesis Angel sends in your direction.
Telepathy.
Before you... Yeah.
Oh, you pushed me! Telekinesis.
Oh, is that why they're
Telepathy. I'm
called push
tired.
notifications?
Probably. I have no idea. I'm tired.
Notably, the moment this gateway opens, everybody in about a mile radius feels the temperature drop about 20 degrees. Especially with where this is going.
You don't sing tomorrow, right?
That's 20 degrees Fahrenheit, not Celsius. Everybody didn't suddenly freeze to death, Finestra. It's fine.
She looks over it. She's just going to put a blanket on this thing.
Okay, right on top of it, drop blanket, go back.
It's pretty much what's going to happen.
Reactions. Methinks.
First of all, movement in, seeing the amount of planar chaos around you, use item. That is 1 point of exhaustion to try and lay this blanket over a being that, compared to your current scale, is an equivalent... How do I put this? It's an equivalent of an ant staring upon a Great Dane.
The blanket will grow to whatever sizes the creature is.
And as you cast it out and the blanket begins to expand, that's 1 point of exhaustion.
Okay, that's...
You are
Right.
sluggish as all hell, even through your enchantments to put it at bay.
I'm going to gate as soon as the blanket grows to the right size and settles.
You're staying here. Roll me a con save against another point of exhaustion while this blanket grows. I'm going to roll a d4 to see how many turns it's going to take for
The
this thing to
natural
grow to
20
size.
PM.
You managed to hold it off for now and for the moment. What now also begins to bleed through that gateway is the ambient feeling of sluggishness that is literally wafting off of this being. I need Avery, I need Piper, and is Bruce in the building? I forget.
No.
No. Okay.
Bruce is downstairs with Venestra.
And at the distance of reach for that gateway's influence, I also need actually Venestra. Go ahead and give me a Constitution saving throw against an incoming
So,
exhaustion point.
The gateway only is open for a second.
Oh, you closed it
It's-
behind yourself. Never mind. Okay.
It is a kindred spell.
Angela's disappeared.
It's a kindred spell, which you attached to my racial feats. So it's one of the things that I can do where I can gate myself into another space.
Kinder are fun.
We took an expansion on it. We made something different with a specific character.
Yep.
Because of this stupid monster that's following them.
Anyway, back on topic.
It's a natural 20 for my save.
Okay. You managed to just hold it off. As the blanket steadily forms to that massive mountainous size. Note that you will be losing this article. Just likely completely.
I have 3.
All
I
right.
was given 3. I only had 3 kids at the time. They were to keep the nightmares away.
As the blanket expands further outward, I need you to give me another con save
The god of dreams for a reason.
for the final round here.
Natural 20. Fuck.
Okay.
There's gonna be one somewhere today.
As you're able to crack open that gateway and slip back through, just barely. for a moment, slipping through what you could swear is quite literally a yawning portal. Sorry, I had to slip that pun in there for D&D reasons, but given the being that you just left behind, yeah, it is tiredness incarnate.
Oh God, me on a Tuesday.
If it were to ever meet the coffee-fueled Quintus Quantus, everything would just collapse because it's polar opposites encountering each other. Not to relate it to that being at all. I'm just making the joke in reference to the lore, but either way.
Piper during that game. Oh, sorry.
As she pops back into the world, she's going to think to Menidna because she doesn't usually ever do this.
Leave it
And
alone.
speaking in the way that he speaks to her, she's going to ask him, is there anything that you can do to keep that thing at bay before it hurts us?
Even based off of your previous conversation with Menidna, Menidna is already doing everything it can to hold that shit at bay.
No, my computer's dying. How did the charger go?
And I'm letting you know for the first time, Rick, you actually get to feel Menidna's voice run through her head.
Ooh.
I am doing everything I can to keep them away from my trophies.
Thanks, Melinda. Don't you know we're just mere trinkets? Sorry, it'd be funny.
Nidna was one of the BBEGs, right?
Not
No,
quite.
Meninda is a great old one that is helping hold back the BBEGs because he stole the ring from them.
One thing about the core function of Limbo in this setting, regardless of any of the 5 rings, is there is a great old one that basically presides over and, per their own opinions, I guess, owns basically respective planes of existence. In this case, Menidna owns Zaria.
You can feel that one's a migraine, almost nearly a migraine for her. You can feel that the reaction from Menidna gives her a migraine.
There's a great old one that presides over and quote-unquote owns the heavens, one that quote-unquote owns the hells. There's pick a role, and there's a great old one behind it.
While Angels or Piper saw Angel go do the teleportation. Ha!
She's only gone for a second. She's back. She's like,
I know. I gotta say, I'm pulling out a bean. Your gun, I need some of that dirty bean water.
the ones that talk and make lots of noise.
You wanna die from exhaustion?
No, but they scream when they're put in the hot water.
You act like I haven't figured out how to make them shut up. I wrap them in chocolate.
They still scream when they hit the water. You just hear the angels just like.
It's just muffled when they're wrapped in chocolate. It goes from to no.
That's the emergency coffee. I only have 2 more of those for now.
She's gonna take the coffee from Piper.
One thing that you notice immediately, Piper, and this is a bit of a side effect of Angel being what she is even prior to the divine reincarnation thing, just the role of her family. You notice Angel's hair is a lot longer than it was when she than when she first went in.
But do you need help cutting that? Got longer.
What? What's happening?
She's got
Your
long
hair?
enough strands of her hair that it is just kind of resting and dragging along the floor.
I'm
I
gonna
I'm letting you know she has not paid attention to it. She's completely just focused on the fact that we're gonna die. We're all gonna die. Gotta figure out how to kill those things or we're gonna die.
Angel,
Hmm?
relax. And Piper's just gonna start brushing and braiding her hair to make it at least cut somewhat shorter, and she can deal with it later.
I think on the way to the whatever rusted peaks, we need to take a stop in Marquez so I can look in the library.
But first, And
Why
Piper's
are you saying we're gonna die? Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
You literally saw the monsters above us about to eat whatever our world is. So her just like,
that.
fuck, you can feel all of the fear.
The conjoined
all of
lords
the,
of
oh,
chaos.
Fuck, oh, fuck, oh, fuck.
That big old nugget.
Okay, they were huge. It was like, oh, they were huge. Oh, they're being held back, but oh, they're so huge.
There's a number of different things across this area that are trying to hold those things at bay.
But it's also just seeing them in person instead of seeing them as a vision. That's more terrifying. She saw them in person for a second there. Piper's going to pick Angel up.
And the only reason I didn't have Megan roll a bunch of other shit was because behind that hair, they didn't notice her.
Piper's putting Angel in her backpack. Nappy bag. Nappy bag will go down hole.
I'm not going in the backpack. No backpack.
Either you're going in
See,
her
the
backpack or
bag-
you're going in mine. Quoth to
Where
Nick.
the fuck did you come from?
I'm never for.
She looks up at Nick. There's like a full-on, like, narrowed eye layer up at him.
What did you do?
I put a blanket on a god that's keeping those things from hitting Kireen.
Oh
You
boy.
can see my brain.
He picks you up by your hair. Notably, there's a lot more slack than normal. Before you finally get lifted off of the ground.
So much death. It's either going to be from within inside the world or outside of it. I'm going to kill the thing inside of it first.
Let's figure out what's going on down in that hole first, huh? Maybe we'll
Yes,
find one of the
please.
things.
I would like... Did you tell Griffin that there's a giant bell from the Edo period at the top of this tower so he can come and geek out for like 30 minutes?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he caught your geek energy.
Okay, good. Down we go, because I want to go get some human things. I'm down the hole, so apparently there's human relics down. It's made out of steel.
The hole! To the hole!
Finally, venturing down into the hole and finally catching you, Vanessa. It's been like an hour. When wondering what's been holding them up.
Angel's hair is much longer sitting out of the backpack right now.
Whose backpack are you in? Mine or his?
I don't have a choice. Nicodemus is pissed off right now.
Yeah, Nick shoved her into his.
Okay. Nappy bye time! Oh my stuff.
Nobody there's a soft sleeping noise from inside the backpack.
That's what I thought. I was this close to instead just bringing the baby carrier, Luffy.
She's asleep. Don't wake her up.
She says it in her sleep.
I've done that before, honestly.
She's so cute when she's frustrated and asleep.
Trying to solve problems in my dream.
It's like, shoo. Alright.
I'm letting you know, in her dreams, magic sword, basically trying to slice through these things. Actually working in her dreams, not necessarily working in real life.
Into the hole!
Violet's like, let's go in the hole. Angel said bring her anything that's human, apparently. Anything from the world of reckless.
It's like trying to kill a rhino with a toothpick in that dream, honestly.
Okay, Okay.
It's a Mew Mew sword, Joe. It's a Mew Mew sword. Going Mew Mew.
Ah, she's dreaming about Terraria.
I'm
So-
yeah, I'm fighting a giant monster with a sword that goes meow with
It
rainbow.
fires off rainbow beams.
Violet, I don't think she's actually wanting us to bring back human remains. I think she means relics.
You know, we gotta.
You're gonna find
Cause
both.
you can see you can see the slight like narrowing of eyes looking over at you.
Hey, I know that's what you want.
It may be one and the same thing. She picks up Avery. Let's go
Uh,
down into the hole.
Ah. Down into the
Gonna
hole.
find that. She's gonna climb down to wherever that steel area was with all those holes that look like human man-made bullshit.
All right, and forgive me for calling a BRB right here. It is at this exact moment that my bladder decided to say, hey, asshole, so I'll be right back.
Oh, and as she came out of the hole, Joe, I'm gonna make this little description because I didn't get to make this little description thing. The scales that are pink are like highlighted across her face, like bright. All little heart shapes on her face.
Understood.
Heart shaped scales, man. The thing.
That should help a little bit. All right. As you all go venturing back toward the hole and catch up with your big dragon friend. Oh, Rick is gone. Hold on. How was everybody's week?
Good. I'm trying to look. Did I finish my chicken nuggets? Where did they go?
Rick was in the bathroom, but Rick has his headset on, so you were good to go.
All right.
This player needs to find where the chicken nugget box went. Oh, it's there. It's right there.
All right. So, venturing down and into the hole, there were a couple of notable things that you guys encountered on the way down. First of all, a sealed off crystal cave, a stemmed oil flow, and apparently a collapsed and sealed off bit of ancient human architecture. Constructed of, at least from what you can tell, steel beams, old cement, and shit that isn't really in common use much nowadays. Although IRL nowadays, it's plentiful.
When did we get out of the clock tower?
Right after that encounter with the limbo thing and trying to figure out the crab, you guys decided to head down toward the pit after, I'm assuming, setting the crab back down.
The crab lives in the tower, yes.
Can I try to sneak the crab out?
You can certainly try. Whether or not it cooperates is a different story entirely.
Yeah, You
I'll
saw that it
I'll
came
have
from a
Aegis
celestial.
help.
It doesn't belong to you.
But it's fascinating.
First of all, give me a stealth check if you would like to avoid the notice of your other party members in attempting to do this.
Yes.
I'm letting. Yeah. You're gonna have to roll a stealth roll. You better freaking roll a stealth roll.
11 and 3. Stealth check. That's soft 20.
Soft 20. Okay, what are the passive perceptions at the moment of Angel and also Piper, given also the festival buffs?
Angel's passive is a 24.
Vinestra said, Angel is highly exhausted.
Yes, but Angel still has a passive of 24.
So negatives.
No, it's not my exhaustion. It went to my crown. I have a crown that I wear that literally takes exhaustion.
She has a
points.
crown that absorbs exhaustion points. That said, they will come swinging right back the second she takes the damn thing off. And they also don't just dissipate with rest, but she can slowly release them. Either way, one way or another, she'll have to deal with those exhaustion points in one way or another.
It just means that I'm going to be exhausted tomorrow, not today. We do one extra one at a time.
Although if you exceed capacity on the crown, then you can still just take the exhaustion points and still end up dying.
Joe, I still made the roll for each one of those exhaustion points.
Yes, you did.
I made natural 20s, so the fact is that I didn't take the full exhaustion point sets.
I'm aware. You still took some. You didn't take all of the ones that you could have.
I took 2. 2 out of the possible 5. But I didn't take them into my body. I'm putting them in a crown, and I'm going to slowly work them off.
Yep.
It's a tomorrow's problem, not a today problem, considering we're going to fight things. So my passive, yes, we pick it up. We pick up the fact that you put the thing in the pocket.
And what is Piper's passive perception at the moment? I say this with the person who is the druid cleric who also has the observant feat on top of the festival buffs. I just like to hear the big number. Hearing big numbers
Amber.
tickles my brain. Amber?
Amber? Amber? I don't hear you, Amber. Amber! Somebody gonna take a poop?
Vinestra said, she might be being a parent or bathroom.
And neither
she
of
did
which are
also
mutually
be
exclusive.
right back bathroom.
Shoot, okay.
So, like, I would say we noticed this, because I know that Amber's is a 27. That's with her elf racial.
The 27 prior to the holiday buffs and all that stuff.
Yep.
Yeah. So the two notably observant individuals in your immediate proximity do very much take notice of you trying to abscond with the crab.
Okay.
And the crab also not very keen on being relocated. Let me go ahead and see here. Does a 21 hit you?
Does it hit me? Like, does it go? Yeah, my AC is 16.
All right. Pincer, from its crusher claw, slams down right onto your pinky.
Ow.
I must stay with the bell. I must keep the bell clean. I will not be moved. It notably does not do damage, instead choosing to squeeze down on the ligament.
You do understand that the thing is an extension of the soul of the Celestial. It's basically taking a nap.
Oh, I didn't. Now I do.
I don't know how you didn't understand that. The hair was reaching down and touching you.
Megan, don't make this worse. I'm already doubting my fitness to play D&D at all.
This is the character making a comment to the character that there was misnomer.
Frustrating.
All right, welcome back from the BRB. So, as I mentioned, 3 possible options. The sealed away crystal cave, the
Angel,
stemmed
Blue,
flow,
Violet sent an image file.
the stemmed flow of the oil table, partway down, or the pressed into the walls of the cave, long abandoned structures.
We're gonna look at the structure.
Okay.
We're gonna look at all the human structures.
I'm following Violet's lead because this is her hometown.
That's like human structures, mother trucker.
Yeah. So, approaching one of the sort of cave walls that is accessible at this point to one of those sort of remnant fossilized structure areas, there is no clear or obvious point of entry, which means one may have to be created. So,
What's the structure look like?
Right.
You might want to plug your phone in.
It's at 14%.
Yeah.
right now it looks like the remnant framework
I did.
of looks
Okay.
to be sort of a collection of sort of steel beams and cement, likely the entryway to some sort of to take the framework into our own context, looks like the basic structure work of what might be like a parking garage, from what you can tell. But again, there's so much collapsed cement and steel here that it's really hard to glean much detail other than this is clear hall markings of ancient human architecture.
Is there anything I can see to potentially use so I could base step? Like, is there like a tiny hole where I can see inside? Because it's
Give
30
me-
feet wherever you can see.
Give me an investigation or perception check to see if you can either catch a variation in the lighting to indicate depth that you can potentially access, or hands-on trying to find somewhere where a gap or even a draft of a different air pressure might be present.
Perception, you said?
Or investigation, whichever you'd like to do.
Perception,
Stick a
because
small gnome in a hole.
the small gnome is taking a nap. We don't need her dying today.
I remember blue is in the necklace, so I could possibly call out blue as well. Go with the hole.
Well, let's see first. Email.
I kind of want to see if she can get on the other side of the wall. Viper.
Bruh, it is a valid email. What are you talking about? Give me my password. I'm having issue. I'm arguing with my computer. Don't worry about me. Was perception? Because I got a 19. I just gotta see what my stupid ass stat is. So last I remember, perception is wisdom, and that is my best stat. Come on, load. 19 plus 16.
19 plus 16. Okay.
And I also have, I think it's like enhanced dark vision or something.
Yeah. So with a 35, kind of peeling along and looking over sections of the collapsed wall, which very much to a certain extent, much like sort of the earth molding that kind of allowed the clock tower to pierce through and enter into the town hall. There seems to be some sort of, there seems to be some level of primordial earth melding magic that is contributing to how well even just a lot of this rubble is being kind of pressed up and held at bay. But even through that, you've been known to be quite the observant Fey individual for both fine medical detail and particularly in being a druid. The slightest changes in environment around you, including openings and changing in lighting where insects might slip through or other things might make their home, and you catch just barely in sort of the packed in debris and rubble a sort of collection of gravel, which for all intents and purposes, if this pit were not the way it was and contained with magic the way it was, this gravel would most likely have just fallen out and allowed for a fairly large opening. But you do see, as small as they are, gaps within to a deeper chamber within what is somewhat exposed of this ruined structure.
Going to point out the tiny hole, see if Violet sees it, and go, want me to big a bug and go in it?
And we just dig it out.
You could
Gouge
try
it?
to.
Just
You
gouge
could
it?
try to go in the hole if you wanted to, because I wouldn't have to figure out if it got an entrance somewhere. We could make one.
Also, it would be a good idea to see how big or how much the debris is so we know how long it's going to take.
Right.
Dig a tunnel, dig a tunnel. As I turn into an ant.
An ant.
I'm hoping that's a bug small enough.
It grants you a pretty grand amount of space. As I return again to the notable description of, in that gap, it is mostly a mound of gravel. You could feasibly try to dig this out.
Yes, but it's a good idea to know how much we're going to have to dig out.
True.
That's
Passing
what the whole
in
point is.
and through this gap as an ant, while you expect there to be some level of depth to this rubble, it seems whatever amounted to this almost perfect fucking cylinder of a sinkhole, it might have also just outright destroyed part of the structure in that process as you pass through maybe a foot of gravel before looking into and your dark vision adjusting to a much larger inner chamber where there's settled debris and broken bits of cement, concrete, rebar, and various other bits of refuse scattered about in here, and otherwise breathing in the old dust of something forgotten, ancient, horribly well preserved, and almost untouched since the day it was forgotten.
Piper, once she's on the other side, is going to turn back into a normal Piper, because I'm pretty sure speak with animals, that's not going to apply to an ant. I mean, it will, but I don't know if Violet's going to hear me. It's just to make sure. I'm going to quietly, I'm going to whisper yell. Megan knows what I'm talking about, whisper yelling.
It's a stage yell. Or stage whisper.
Yeah. I'm gonna do that through and be like, it's about a foot of gravel. Would you want me to go scout ahead while you'll dig through? Taking Violet's lead, because it is her hometown.
I can kind of basically punch my paw through and then pull out the dirt.
Okay. Would you want me to scout ahead for nasties?
That would be good, but be very careful.
And
I
this
will.
gravel is in kind of the wall of this cylinder-like sinkhole.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's kind of embedded in the wall and sort of the internal structure of what cement framing you can see from this end. There's where she went in, a lot of impacted gravel as opposed to larger debris.
That's essentially the area where I'm like,
Vinestra
"Dig
said.
here."
Vinestra is just going to start digging with her burrow speed, being mindful of gravel being loose.
Real quick, what is there any flying bugs on this side of the wall? Because I have one more druid shape I can do.
None that you can see.
Fuck it, housefly. So that way I can be, so I can be inconspicuous while I go check ahead for nasties while they're digging.
Absolutely. And notably, Vanestra, while you begin to dig, it's less a sensation of pushing aside gravel, but especially with the way it's interacting with the magic that has kind of contained this sinkhole, it's like pulling aside a massive pile of like those little magnetic balls that kind of what's the word I'm looking for?
You try and pull them apart, but they're like, nah, bruh.
Well, no, you pull them apart, but notably gravity is not affecting them when you move them aside, and they are still very much kind of adhering to themselves as you push it aside. And it is sort of stagnant and statuesque, more like kind of pushing aside and pulling back and folding the physics and reality of the gravel rather than actually breaking it as you dig. As befuddlingly strange as that is.
Is it kind of like magnetic sand?
Vinestra said.
A little bit,
Are they
yeah.
floating?
No, it's like magnetic sand where you have little pieces of metal and you have a magnet, like a magnetic base plate, and you can try to kind of mold these magnets. And if you really wanted to, you could pull some of it off, but they're all trying to, like you said, adhere to each other.
Notably, any that you sort of pull away and go to basically drop to the scaffolding and the stairway basically that you're on right now, as you go to drop it, it instead reattaches to the wall, though notably just kind of in the location where you initially dropped it, or at least in that sort of relative vertical space.
Mm-hmm. It's the magical equivalent of magnetic sand.
Effectively. Molding like the trippiest clay dig you've really ever had to deal with. Because
So
none of the
what-
textures match that thought.
So as I go ahead, what do mine elf bug eyes see?
Your elf bug eyes see about 27 of the same cement tile.
Don't I just get my normal ability of perception?
Well, when you animal shape, you do take on some of those physical traits. I would presume, given that you get dark visions from some creatures, you also get some of the stranger variants of vision from others.
But I'm still able to like process it properly, right?
Yeah, it's just trippy when
Yeah,
you turn into
and-
creatures with
yeah.
with versions of sight that are this alien from your own. It takes a moment to adjust. But as you do, all the same, you open into this sort of large, best you can tell based on historical descriptions and books that you've read, and also just descriptions from even what Griffin has mentioned in the past. This looks like something close to an abandoned subway station. You see a series of metal chairs, tracks that...
You hit your mic.
All right, so
It was. You could start from. It looks like a subway station. You're okay. You're okay.
I get into character now.
I'm sorry.
It's not your fault. It's my lack of fucking sense of surroundings. Anyway,
Also, a compressor mic being bump sensitive.
is a motherfucker.
Yeah.
All right. So, Your vision peels into what appears to be a large, sort of abandoned subway station. You see the series of sort of metal waiting seats based on previous descriptions that you'd encountered. You see the security entryways. You see the ascending staircase off to sort of the northeastern edge relative to your own vision of the area, as well as where you would effectively see the trackways likely go across in this region as well. And of course, the biggest sell that it is an abandoned subway station is the abandoned fucking subway train that still remains stagnant in this chamber.
Quoteth what I said to Violet, are there any nasties? Essentially, people who would harm us. Potentially.
Scanning around and looking for any thing immediately hostile, you don't notice much other than, at least from the immediate area, sitting on one of those sort of metal waiting chairs, the silhouette of a somewhat humanoid figure, notably slender.
I'm gonna get a closer look very quietly.
I mean, I don't know how loud you can be as a fly.
Okay. I mean, you make your way over, and you find a long desiccated over the passing millennia, remaining skeleton, skull tilted back against vertebrae, sunken clothes that have not been touched nor worn by time or passage of insects, and so therefore preserved, clung, and almost mummified to whatever forgotten flesh has long since dissipated in the form of this being. You do notice pockmarks of skin, tight, dried flesh, present in spots here and there across the form, indicative of, again, also completely sealed off mummification, effectively, that had occurred, minus the more completed process that would have likely been granted if embalming fluids were even part of the process for someone who very well could have died here from starvation, thirst, an errant heart attack. Who knows? But even your cursory knowledge of biology tells you the skeleton is human. Likely male. But long gone.
Do I see any, like, potential, like, runes or something might be indicative of, what's it called? Necromancy.
With your eyes, the Runekeeper being pretty keen on any sort of rune work or any sort of strange symbology, the only thing that you're really picking up on for translation in the immediate sense, at the moment, for the most part, is just the clear and apparent ancient human language of English, pockmarked in clear labeling across various different areas in this chamber. Nothing, however, strictly indicative of rune work. Feels weird to say the ancient human language of English. It feels like that's cheap and lazy writing. Well, you know what? I was on a very weird fucking thought train when I was writing this shit, okay?
That's fine. It's good. It's good writing.
No one's gonna
Alright.
criticize me worse than I can criticize myself. Anyway.
I will keep investigating till I at least hear them, get through the wall.
Yeah, and it is a simple enough process digging through the strange kind of compacted debris and earth that you guys eventually are able to make a passable enough opening even for someone of Venestra and Violet's size to wander through, with admittedly just, a slight crouch at first. But then there is enough ceiling above you that even your remarkable heights of in excess of 8 feet, not really a problem here.
When I hear them break through, I'm gonna come back and then go back to being prepared. Alright, so there's a subway station ahead. Very, very mummified ancient corpse. No rune work of necromancy or anything. I think it's safe. Looks over at and looks more at Violet. Consistency of jerky.
By the way, not even jerky as much as it's like if you let, like, say, let's take the Thanksgiving analogy here of like if you let turkey skin, for example, just get a little too close to the heat source and separate itself from any actual meat, where it turns into almost like echo of meat skin glass, that kind of desiccated and dried. Which I don't know why I stipulated. That kind of interrupted the character description. My apologies.
Is fine.
Though actually I do have a question for the group. Who among the group, present as they are right now, would all of you argue probably physically fills out the space the most in terms of volume?
Vinestra said. Vinestra does.
Is Violet in doggo form? Because she would be pretty big.
Nope. Vanessa started digging, so Violet didn't dig.
Okay. Vinestra, as you step into the chamber after presumably letting everybody in and kind of keeping the entryway stable with your digging, your heavy footfall against the tile, suddenly a light lights up in the subway, and a series of others in a somewhat irregular pattern all light up and illuminate this long abandoned station. A soft electric soft electric hum beginning to fill the chamber in that sort of ambient, subtle noise. Reactive to the presence and motion of those that enter within, particularly Vinestra at your height, your horns passing by a sensor that trips, and a little light struggling to flit on a little green LED.
If there was anything further than the first corpse I encountered, they know we're here. More than likely.
Vinestra said, how long does it appear those bones have been there for?
Roll me a nature check.
"31.
31. Based on what little you know about this world's history, and where this type of technology is not commonplace and definitely exists within the ancient reaches of that time frame. Not to mention just plain observation, this level of desiccation and mummification of a corpse screams thousands of years. At the very least, a couple thousand, because beyond that, normally human biology demands that it would otherwise crumble to dust, regardless of the preservation method. But at least based on the attire and those that are a little bit more strictly knowledgeable about this world's history, it suggests that that corpse has been here longer still, and so is, in at least some regard, defiant to that law of decay.
That's what I'm wondering, is why have the bones not decomposed?
It's preserved like it was stuck in a vacuum. There was no bugs to eat it, no moisture to mold it.
Which even then,
Dried.
at now that
No.
chamber being properly opened, should have been enough disruption even by itself for that corpse, for that skeleton even, to immediately fucking crumble. And it hasn't.
We are also underneath a tower that holds time distortion, so... But... Piper looks at Violet. What do you think?
I think there might be people here.
Well, they definitely know we're here because lights. Also, where the fuck is the generator for this thing that still turns on?
Somewhere. Violet's not being very helpful.
Somewhere potentially beneath, as now, notably, even just from what little of the area outside of the chamber you've entered, you can hear from where you just were. You do now start to hear the sound of flowing liquid.
Below where we're at?
Below.
Which means something could be being disturbed or broken.
Or at the very least, the hold that time has on something else in this pit has also ceased. One of the
Violet's
stemmed
going-
water tables, oil tables, any number of those.
Violet's gonna move as fast as she can because that means that things, if any type of information or something is going to be destroyed now at this point because you've just broken the air seal.
Nothing here seems to be crumbling yet.
Oh,
And
you
with
said yet.
well, as of yet, I should say, which is to say,
Yet.
with the bits of
We just brought a creature back to life. We just brought these things back to life, and we've just opened up a water somewhere.
to continue and reinforce my point here. As some of you step into the chamber, notably you do step over even some loose leftover bits of paper, flyers, documents that themselves are not crumbling to dust underfoot, even them. So is this a question of time catching up to what was frozen? Or simply time resuming from the point it was frozen?
Vinestra said, "Is the body rapidly disintegrating?"
No.
And chances are the documents in the room aren't either.
Though, notably, I will
Then
say,
chances are time has merely resumed.
as the chamber continues to get lit up and sort of areas get a little bit better exposed, and you can see sort of pathways into other rooms and entryways, one which, for those that have, I'll just say it, restroom labels and shit like that. Notably, lighting also appears inside of the subway carts themselves, and you see silhouettes against that light of yet more long since forgotten bodies. Heads pressed against the glass and windows, long since decayed and stripped of life. Not all of them human in their skeletal structure, as some have horns, some have sleeker features, and some yet still are shorter.
Oh my god, computer, can you just?
And I will say
Can
one
you
thing.
just-
Sorry, one thing notable to you, Violet, being particularly used to sense of decay and everything like that from being in the abyss. That aroma is entirely absent in this chamber, despite the amount of corpses that are now being placed into view. That scent of old death, absent. Decay, absent. Stale air, even. Absent. As you can hear the hum of something moving even above you as the airflow in this chamber begins to move in its direction up toward grates you can see in the ceiling. With that, I will say I'm done with the description. Anything further, I'll respond based on questions asked. That's just based on the immediately apparent things that have been revealed and notable to those that have the senses for it.
Vinestra said, "What is the general layout of the subway?"
It's a larger platform than would be expected for sort of a normal stop. It seems to be sort of a layout of more so a larger station than anything. There is a sort of large amount of seating present. There's tables. There's sort of sectioned off ticketing stations and even sort of centralized, sort of almost sealed office room sections within this chamber. There's doors off to the sides that lead to other rooms like restrooms and, at least based on the labeling, exit points. And then there's just the stationary left behind subway itself at the very end, stretching out, I would say, about 70 feet in length from where you guys have entered.
Vinestra said, "And is there a third rail to be wary of?"
There is not in this case.
Violet plans on moving forward. That's all.
Say that again?
Violet's gonna move forward because I don't even understand what was going on with the. I've lost the plot.
Okay. Where about did you lose it so that I can...
I thought I had a look of the visual when Amber was talking, and then there were 3 to 4 other questions, and there were 5 to 7 other descriptions that came in right after. So I'm trying to piece together what it looks like mentally, and I can't.
Okay. Sorry. So, about 70 feet out in front of you is kind of where the actual abandoned subway train cart is. Otherwise, there are a number of rows of seating kind of immediately by and around where that is, some of them pushed around and off kilter. There is a sort of central ticketing station and sealed off sort of office chamber that has not had lights lit up, and then to the sides there are doorways to other areas listed as restrooms, listed as gateways to others, as exit points, and also points to descent. If that makes sense.
That makes sense. Well, it's just gonna move forward. She's trying to find anything that we can. Right now, we're trying to deal with. Angel's worried about the illithid stuff.
Right.
Violet's worried about trying to figure out what's down here and collecting things. So she's probably picking up flyers and putting them in a bag.
Yeah, which as you pick it up, there's a like a light crispiness to the paper insofar as like if you picked up a page of something that like nowadays you picked up an old piece of paper from the 70s. There's a light diminishing in its durability, but not so much that it's going to just disintegrate as you pick it up.
I mean, something's holding this thing in the middle of time.
And it just resumed because we moved the tower.
Or just because you opened up the wall, exposed it.
Is there a sound of any scurrying or movement? We're talking about a dog.
Yeah. Go ahead and give me a perception check. See if you can detect anything like that, or if you're looking specifically for like prey animals or things like that, I would also allow a survival check. That kind of thing.
Vinestra said, "Can V join in on the perception check?"
Sure.
18 plus, what was the perception? It was just for perception?
Yes.
Perception, or if you were going more for the animal, looking for movement, like prey animal, that kind of thing, I would also allow a survival to work as well.
Violet's using dog senses. So I get a plus 3-4 on my, I think I remember correctly, and that would firmly put me at like a 30, 38, 35.
30.
Does the festival's bonus apply?
Yeah, it does, because you are still on the last day of that festival right now.
30 some odd.
Yeah. Well in excess of the DC. Part of me was hoping you guys did this little explorer that you guys picked up on this before the festival, because then the checks would have been harder.
No.
But hey, I'm happy being a yes man here. It's fine. So
36.
okay.
That's kind of where Violet's got hers, 37, 36.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Both absolutely passed the DC. Looking around for any indications of regular movement.
Looking. Not looking.
Okay.
Smelling, listening.
Smelling and listening for indications of regular movement, shifting of something alive in here. To any respect, any degree. Violet, you are to an extent, used to this sound, and it nonetheless unsettles you. You hear the slightest sound of breathing from the skeleton in the seats and from the position of every silhouetted body in the subway.
We did. Or reborn, what they call us.
Restrained, barely present, shallow like air trying to fill a bag that just won't inflate.
People who are what do you call it? What's that called now that they put it in D&D? What is it called?
If they are fully sentient and independent of thought, they're referred to as reborn. Otherwise, just undead.
But I looked for runes of necromancy. The fuck?
Necromancy wouldn't
Sometimes
show you that undead are naturally can be naturally born in magic, just
Un-
naturally born.
undeath can occur from means outside of someone else providing the enchantment. Sometimes it can happen as a result of enough focused intention, bad emotion, any number of horrible, concentrated, focused, terrible shit.
Vinestra said, revenants can come back due to grudges.
That's
Oh,
another thing as well.
revenants. It's not revenants, it's not that kind of thing. It's
They have bodies. Revenants don't have bodies, right?
but
Yeah.
if they're undead, that means the soul's still attached sometimes.
Sometimes it can just be an animation of the body based off of latent emotions, all kinds of shit. There can be any number of reasons for intention to cling
But-
to a corpse enough to animate it.
With his Angel's always got hers open. Being able to see beyond the veil, you can see if the souls are attached, still attached to the body, or if they're gone.
With the most basic instance of see beyond the veil, detect nothing of any soul bound to any of the forms that you see in any of those silhouettes or in the seat. But go ahead and give me a vibe check anyway.
Okay.
While using see
It's a
beyond the
natural
veil.
20 on the vibe check. It's a natural 20 on the vibe check.
Okay. You notice all the same this almost in such a manner that it hurts to look at, painfully vibrant, shocking color of blue, like a tiny little string thread bound to each and every little desiccated silhouette.
There's a necromancer. Would I know that? Would Angel know that? Angel knows that necromancy exists and how it works.
Necromancy exists. It could be a factor here. If you want to confirm whether that is an indicator of something like necromancy,
Yes.
it's an Arcana check.
Okay. I'm gonna get a 1 at some point, Joe. Natural 20.
Natural 20.
Fuck.
Okay. There can be any number of reasons that undead cling to an area. With threads, it can be things like a necromancer, but usually threads when they are bound to a spirit, as far as you've experienced and experimented with See Beyond the Veil and that kind of thing, it can indicate that they are bound to someone or something.
Mm-hmm.
Like, for example, as far as things go, a spirit being bound to a house just because it was a place of significance at the time of their death, or in the case of being bound to a person, this seems in that regard, more of that kind of apparitionist connection, more so than a summoner of intent being the one that did this.
Vinestra said, V is just going to approach one of the bodies and cast Speak with the Dead on the corpse.
It's already dead.
By all means, press the red button. Okay, so
We're all gonna die. Press the red button.
closest one in the seat would be your your first option. Or if you wanted to wander into the subway, you're going to go with the closest one, or wander into the subway cart and pick out of one of the members of mixed
Closest.
company. Closest, okay. All right. How does it look when you cast Speak with Dead?
Vi's just going to raise her great sword and point it at the corpse.
Okay.
I'm sorry. That just reminded me of the meme of the guy who takes the stick and goes, "Do something."
Okay. Pointing the sword at it, very much a Lich King-esque summoning in this respect. As suddenly that sort of soft, cold blue energy, much indicative of the icy landscape just a few 100 feet above this space, and the chill of death clings to these bones as you hear long since desiccated sinew and old bones crack and try to animate into motion, and you watch an ancient ribcage inflate with one arcane breath to be provided a means of answering 5 questions. As the head tilts toward you, beyond its normal ability to stretch in that direction, and for all intents and purposes, the rotation of the head being in a direction that would normally break that neck. Notably, Angel, with your See Beyond the Veil, with that little bright blue connection, as that spell is cast, all of you watch the silhouettes of every other body in the train cart all turn their heads in that direction as well.
Don't tell me the whole entire subway system is a ghost.
It's a subway mimic, no.
No!
Not just the subway car.
Vinestra
mimic,
said,
the subway
so what
tunnel.
to ask?
You tell me.
That leaves 4 left.
That was OOC.
Fair enough.
What do you last remember? That's what I would ask.
Hold on, where's Megan?
This isn't as much me asking the corpse as just running a suggestion by the party.
I know, that's why I said, where's Megan?
I'm gone. I went to go get food because I'm trying to play and we're getting asking me what I want to do and I can't.
I can't.
Do whatever I want.
You want to throw suggestions in the hat for the 5 questions?
No,
No? Okay.
because you're activating something that's going to cause an entire breakdown.
Possibly. More than likely.
More than likely. And there are more sounds moving below us.
Hey, but think about this from a normal, like, a surface level perspective. We are presented with a mysterious setting and corpses with dead people's knowledge and magic that can allow us to speak to it.
It's an undead, so it's technically not dead, but dead.
Like a vampire's undead.
It's
Yes.
a vampire.
Yes, I'm just saying that from, at least from my point of perspective, what we're doing is completely logical. Like, this is what most people would do, is ask the people that were here about the place that we know nothing really about.
DM, do none of us know what a subway station is?
I'd say Venestra probably has an equivalent where she's from. Angel has absolutely done the research to know. Piper's absolutely done the research to know. Violet has at least had cursory exposure to that research, considering it was an ancient, very common form of transportation.
Even with the knowledge that it's a subway, even if we know what a subway is, we're still not sure what transpired here. That's, I think, what we're asking about.
What caused this place to get sealed off and frozen in time, to the point where even
Yes.
with being sealed off in time, everyone here is also dead.
With the logic of what Angel or Piper or Vapor them would know, it would have been Reclam. Reclam would have split off, so different places ended up in different places in different parts of the world.
Yep.
So it would have just ended up getting buried, or ended up being magically sported there and left there for nobody to take care of.
Which again,
So
big thing of note here, there are corpses other than human in that subway station as well, which adds another layer to the what the fuck.
Well, we also were told that people tried to excavate these and woke something up. So
Could have been just the couple of peaceful things down below that didn't quite appreciate getting their den disrupted. Could have been something else.
From the way that it was described, because they said that they ran from the space, that's not necessarily these creatures down there. They're not necessarily volatile.
Mm-hmm.
Generally. So I don't have any questions to add, Joe. I'm not going to add any questions to this. It's up to them to figure out what they don't know.
That's fine.
All three of my characters have some kind of idea.
Characters being cautious because of their own theories is absolutely fine.
About you, Venestra, do you have any suggestions? Piper?
Piper's muted. I don't know why she's
Well,
muted.
yeah.
Might just be
Vinestra
parent.
said,
No.
"Nope, any thoughts? I did have just got disengaged."
Uh-oh.
Because I didn't know that Venestra would have had an idea of considering where she lived. So
I mean, you could also leave this thing here partially reanimated under the effects of this spell. That's also an option.
and then we could. It's a way of stopping it from attacking us. It's waiting for an answer to a question that's never going to come. Oh, that sounds so not.
I wanted to understand what might have happened to them.
Yeah, me too.
Okay.
Then it's a question about how you want to ask it. You have 5 opportunities to
We're
get
being
up.
But
told that
apparently
that's
that's a
thing.
bad thing.
It's a
They were
bad
also
thing
told-
to
I'm
try
also
to
going-
question
I'm
and
gonna-
understand.
I'm gonna give you the other context. They were told that there was a blue thread connected. Angel basically found out that there's a thread connecting all of them. That they're all partially alive by the undead nature. So undead means when you ask speak with dead, they're not dead, they're undead. So technically they're alive, which means they're gonna fuck us over in 2 minutes. That was the context. So disturbing them might not necessarily be a smart thing. Or it could be the best thing that ever happened. It just depends on what the DM wants to do.
It
Let's
sounded
flip
like
that
the
coin.
DM was complying to the DM was asking what questions we want to ask. So
I said I have nothing to add.
If they're
I
undead,
know
it wouldn't work.
exactly, but it did work. So
Or at the very least, you cast the spell and it seems to be addressing you.
It's even worse.
And waiting.
I'm terrified.
Would you know if the spell didn't work?
Let me double check here. Actually.
yeah, I imagine for someone who's magic sensitive, there would be some kind of feedback whenever you cast a spell.
There is no indication in the description of the spell to say whether or not you know the spell failed.
Nope. This is terrifying. That's why I'm
Cool,
trying to sit
so-
over here eating my soup, being quiet right now because I'm terrified.
So whether
I
or not
love
it
coming back to
worked,
this
we do
vibe.
have whether or not it worked, we
The
do have
corpse
the
must still
opportunity
have a
to
mouth
ask
and can't be
questions.
undead. The spell fails if the corpse was the target of this spell within the last 10 days.
And so far, it is addressing you. And its body has become a light with a cold glow.
So my question was, what were your last memories? If those memories are more recent than expected, then we know it was aware the whole time.
What Avery asked.
Okay. What were your last memories?
Half of our family was crushed about 400 years ago.
Did anyone understand that?
Yep.
What was crushed?
I did not.
400 years ago?
Half of our family was crushed about 400 years ago.
400 years
Okay.
ago.
Was crushed 400 years ago. Cool.
That's when the tower fell. This one fell when the tower fell. That's hilarious.
Given the age of the corpse, it was supposedly long dead when that happened.
What do you mean by
How did you end up here?
I was waiting to get a ride to shelter. Then everything went dark. until we saw light again.
So, what it sounds like to me is that he was here when the world was breaking apart, trying to get to shelter, which obviously we know now was never going to work. But he was going towards a shelter, and the world broke apart. That's what it sounds like to me.
We were all to ride the ark into the stars and away from our crumbling world.
Provided that answer unprompted.
Damn.
This is where Violet's gonna get a little gutsy here.
How many questions has this been?
This would be your third. So it would be the third question. This would be the third question.
It stands from its metal seat as you hear the bones and joints where its knees are snap into place.
3 questions remain.
Tilts its head, and every head in the subway train tilt their heads in kind.
Megan, you were going to say about Violet getting gutsy?
Lost my question now. Goddamn.
Sorry. Getting gutsy, I'm assuming she wanted to approach it directly. Or ask a question herself.
I can hear you breathing.
Its head and the rest of their heads snap to violet. And you watch as the interior of the subway cart, contrasting with the yellow light of the bulbs inside, starts to light up a strong, cold blue.
Question of your own. She-elf.
What was your status?
Civilian.
And the rest in the cart, in various tones of decayed voices, echo.
Civilian, 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 civilian.
And the rest in the train stand.
What in the Naruto is happening?
Can I make an Arcana check to see what kind of magical bullshittery is this?
By all means. Or religion, both apply, especially when it regards undead.
Okay, let me see which one is better. Arcana would be +4, religion would be +12, so we'll do religion. 12 plus 12, that's 24.
This speaks to a ghost-like undeath bound to a location, and somehow they still have puppetry over their bodies, and yet there's no soul present. But that puppetry thought continues to echo in your brain. And Angel, you can still just see those threads bound to them, as can you, Violet. Puppetry.
Vinestra said, next question. Do you seek the release of your bodies?
Oh, not impressed.
Want us to burn you? No, kidding. Don't ask. Don't say it like that.
All of their heads once again snap in your direction, Vinestra.
We seek the Ark. We seek the stars. We were promised an escape from this broken world.
Well, you did escape this broken world. You're on another one. You got what you wanted. You can rest now.
We are all still here.
The intercom
Somewhere else.
lights up. Next destination. To arrive nowhere. Welcome to your tomb. We are in our tomb. And all of the lights blink out.
What do you know? Violet's just gonna pull a celestial beam straight at this man's face.
Vinestra said, joke's on you, I can see in pitch blackness.
And it also doesn't help that these things' fucking bodies are also goddamn flashlights.
And Violet said,
Roll to hit.
plus 11, it's 26. 26 to hit. 27.
That absolutely hits. These things' AC are not high. They are barely functional skeletal corpses.
I'm just gonna put a blast of celestial dragonfire in its face. Whee! For a total of 5d6. Points of radiant damage.
19 points of radiant damage in a sudden flash that acts like a momentary floodlight in the pitch black chamber, flashing in a flashbang of white light as this thing's bones and desiccated flesh scatter. And another desiccated corpse wanders out of the subway, trailed by others. Roll initiative.
Oh, yay.
okay, where's my history? What the?
Alright. Initiative. That's a d20 plus the initiative of 1. It just shares my initiative, right?
Yes, indeedy.
Okay.
And let me go ahead and real quick. This Theater of the Mind combat brought to you by Player Choices. And no battle map to show off for this one.
Ready for Violet.
Vinestra said, sponsored by Hetap, you've killed for less.
Fight. The Subway Puppets. And we're going to go ahead and switch the music just to basic battle music here. Nope. There we go. Ah, yes. The black of the lower drop of that backdrop just gets completely removed by my chroma key. That's fantastic. All right, that's fine.
I mean, the backdrop isn't what the source its chroma key projects. Like, usually you would replace the green screen with the image.
Yeah, I have the chroma key set to black. To cut out the Discord backdrop. For the full screen on that.
Okay. Yeah, that's the exact shade of black.
Yep.
Puppets.
Hey, Joe, can you read the messages, please?
Absolutely.
I gotta get more aloe. Hold on.
It's all good. Do what you gotta do. All right. Just got to make sure this is running right real quick and go ahead and hit BRB, get some water, hydrate. Sorry! I'm pissed. Okay, so there was this epic-ass radiant breath that destroyed part of the subway station from Violet, and also took out a number of the incoming bone people. And now Piper is summoning some flame strike. What the fuck? I hate it when I do that. Okay.
25 radiant damage.
25 radiant damage.
Yeah. The first
Fantastic.
4 were like all 2s.
Notably, between both the instances of radiant used on these things, it goes through them like a hot knife through wet tissue paper.
Did it explode? All 17?
Yeah, notably, you both register. These guys are vulnerable to radiant damage. Pretty typical of a lot of types of undead, to be fair, but still.
Yes, that was my action. And my bonus action is I'm gonna teleport 30 feet further away from them because now I'm gonna be support.
All right, gonna go ahead and backtrack.
It's like, fire! Get away!
All right, I'm assuming with a misty step or phase step or something like that.
Face step.
Yeah.
30 feet. It's just essentially now I'm 90 feet out of their range. But I'm still in range with everybody to do healy heals.
Alrighty. Yeah, what did I do? What did I do?
I'm the man who's gonna burn your house down with the lemons.
The fuck, I hate it when happens.
Vinestra said, the rare Joe DC.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Very bad for me, but I wish I could just lay in a bowl of ice. Actually, you know what? No, never mind. Scratch that. Absolutely not. Maybe
That would
just
take
the
off a
parts that
solid
burn.
few layers of skin.
Maybe the parts that are burnt, but the rest of me, absolutely not. I'll have a panic attack.
I mean, yeah. Also, the DC happened because I clicked on the fucking Discord icon in my taskbar because I wanted to see the combat tracker, and it DC'd me, which is some bullshit. But anyway.
So 17 are down.
Yes, indeed.
And however many Violet took out, because I forgot the number.
Violet took out, I think, with that breath weapon in that range, I think we stipulated the one that was immediately coming out, but I'm going to go ahead and roll to see if any extras got caught in that, because they're bunched up.
And it's a cone.
Yep. Violet, you got another 16, especially with the broken glass flying in there.
It didn't hit me.
No, I mean, you got another 16 of them.
Okay.
All right. And now it is the lair action. We are going to... Yeah. We're going to use the lair action, reinforce the march, as a number of the scattered bones that got scattered across the inside of the subway train suddenly reconstruct themselves and go into a full-on bolt toward the lot of you, going for a trample. So,
Nice.
given that this is a stampede of undead skeletons, I need people to go ahead and just give me some dexterity saving throws. It's not strength saving throws because there's no
I
muscle
just-
behind this.
Can't I just, like, fly up?
On your turn.
Sure. Yeah.
I did move 30 feet away. Am I out of range?
The movement of these fuckers, despite how slow they were moving, is 40.
How far were they?
Vinestra said, "What's
originally?"
happening? Sorry. Discord froze.
A lot of those corpses are doing a trample attack, like a stampede type of attack.
As they
So
reconstructed
we need
themselves.
to make. Yeah. So we need to make a dex save against that.
Now, as far as the amount that fell, that was 16 plus 17, so that's 32. So 32d6 will be the incoming damage. Depending on failure here. So,
9.
9. Plus,
Total.
okay.
Also got 9 total.
Wow. All right.
The dice said no.
I see.
Dice.
But
Yeah.
Vinestra said,
Aegis can tank it.
23.
I believe that's one of his things.
Ah!
Flex attack imposes disadvantage on the attack roll of one creature it can see. I guess that wouldn't work.
So, punished.
Oh boy.
I tried the big bubba.
We gonna die.
Well, for anyone who rolled below an 18, it's 33d6 bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
3d6.
33d6
Okay.
33d6.
bludgeoning damage. For those that got an 18 or higher, you take nothing, as these are reconstructed, shambling, ancient fucking corpses.
You mean I'm fine then? Technically.
Yeah. These corpses don't get added back to the pack, they are just reconstructed for the sake of the attack, which means the more of these you take down, the more dangerous the lair actions become, but the less dangerous the cronies become.
Alright. Throw them bones, Doc.
I'm trying, but the bots aren't fucking letting me, so I gotta log into 20 because I don't have enough bones to physically.
126 damage.
Oh, no. I roll this shit, not you. Don't get ahead of yourself.
Oh wait, no, you're right.
Yeah.
Vinestra said, Google search roll XD20.
You can also type /roll into roll20 for it.
Yeah, I used to have a bot in here that would allow me to do it on Discord, but apparently it doesn't want to fucking work.
I said no.
Okay, for those that failed, you take 119 bludgeoning damage.
Out of my 66.
Did you not do a long rest heal?
I'm not sure.
Probably not.
There have been a number of
How
opportunities
is
to long
your
rest.
HP so low?
I don't know. I don't know how to fix it, how to change it. Roll20 is kind of jank at everything.
Look at what it is in.
It says 213 minus 0, so do I just type in 213 then?
Yeah, I guess.
And this is why I keep it on a calculator, because I don't want to dick with my shit.
Okay. 213 minus 119.
Nice. Okay. I know what I gotta do on my turn.
94.
Right, I'm just double checking. Alright, no additional effects from that, as after those of you that fail and get trampled by these corpses, their bones proceed to scatter across your forms and won't stitch themselves back.
Nice.
Alright. Amira is up and Venestra is on deck.
Vinestra said, "So are the undead pouring in from a specific entrance?"
From the subway cart. At the moment.
Oh, my bed. Ow. My bed is so cool. It feels so good on my face.
Vinestra said, "Amira is going to create an arcane web in the area of ingress."
All right. Blocking off the exit door with an arcane web. Fantastic.
Which means he will get slowed.
Any of the undead that enter it got to do a dex check or be restrained.
Absolutely. All right. Awesome.
How many of the undead are grouped up?
I mean, they're all going to be pouring out of there kind of mindlessly. Right now, the ones that are at least visible, it looks to be at least a good 20 or so more. They're getting ready to charge their way out. At least as far as those that get caught directly at that exit point, you catch about... let's see.
Ray is working. You just need to use an exclamation instead of a slash.
Oh, shit. Okay, well, you catch two of them. But there will be more to come as they come charging outward. Oh, wait, it's their turn. Okay, hold on. Yeah. All right, let's go ahead and see.
It's Vist's turn.
Yeah. So, yeah, all 20 of them get knotted up in the web. That said, the soul generator is going to go ahead and use a legendary action. Spirit Strobe. As all of the fluorescent lights that previously went dark suddenly light up with that haunting cold blue and start strobing down over everybody's eyes. I need everybody to go ahead and give me a Constitution saving throw.
Hey, big dice, please be nice. Okay, that's
Another
31 to
one.
4.
Okay.
This was a con, not a whiz.
Oh, right. I made Dex. Right, so this is con.
Okay, right.
15.
Con.
As with every flash of light, you feel something deep in your chest begin to burn as it tries to climb up through your very eyes. For anybody who got... Okay, great. For anybody who got a... who got lower than an 18.
My friend.
You take... I can't math. 36. Oh, wow, that one got a 1. Okay. All right. 37 necrotic damage And for those that succeeded, you take half of that, which in this case, rounded down, will be 18 necrotic damage.
And what was the thing to beat?
DC 18.
18. Okay, so 26, I'd make that. And you said it was 17 was half of it?
18.
18 is half of it.
9. Ow.
Yep, as you feel part of your soul almost in searing pain practically try to climb out of your eyes with every flash.
Ah! The dice trying to go down my shirt.
Yeah,
That's not nice. Absolutely not. Try
That's
to get
n-
fresh with me.
that's not how you make a roll tower, Amber.
I know it's not. It just decided to try and get fresh with me.
Maybe it's trying to drag luck off of your skin and your in-betweens. I don't know.
Dude, what the fuck?
I don't know what I'm saying anymore, man. Avery and Aegis are up. Violet's on deck.
Vinestra said, "Hi Joe, gonna send you a question."
Sure.
Right. As
And it's
for-
still Vinestra's go.
Oh
Is
shit,
it?
my bad.
Yeah, after them, it's Amira, and then Vinestra, and then Bone Puppets, and then me. Last an initiative.
Yes, indeed.
I'm
There
not
isn't
gonna
one.
go see it.
Just like there isn't
Brilliant.
one for, yeah, it just turns it into an AoE. Yeah, so in lieu of doing 12 individual targets, you can do 3 grenades, basically, of sudden spontaneous fuck-off magic.
You can at least see which part of the sun, or which side got the sun. Look, fine, not fine. Here we go. I need water.
Vinestra said, "V is going to channel her energies into her left arm before casting forth 3 orbs into the train car, causing an explosion."
Okay. Alright. Turning your Eldritch Bless into 3 Eldritch Bombs, doing condensed energy. And condensed damage.
I have a question.
Yes.
So one of Aegis's reactions is deflect attack. Can he see whatever force caused the oh actually shit. Should he have been taking damage from all this too?
Yes, if you want to go ahead and roll back on that as well, by
Though
all means
he's
do so.
instantly destroyed, having only 89 HP.
If he was in range, yeah.
Well, I figured that the Stampede didn't have a range, it was just map wide.
Pretty much.
And since Avery was hit, he would also be hit.
Yeah. But let's go ahead and finish out Vinestra's turn. Just go ahead and include the damage there. Luckily, mechanically speaking, easy enough to put Aegis back together. But either way.
Vinestra said, 105 damage.
Okay. You rip a whole new fucking doorway into that subway car. As it goes from that sheer sort of sideways entryway into just kind of a blown open hole with now, while still charging, some leftover corpses just kind of shambling their way out. A number of them, however, scattered against what's left of that metallic interior. Including with that much damage output.
V would then move to in front of the entrance. To where they're coming from.
Yeah. 105. Okay, so out of the ones that were initially caught in the web, 2 are left. Barely together, but they are there. All right. In which case, then, back to combat tracker. Now we have Avery up with Violet on deck.
Did the bone puppets go?
Oh shit, no they didn't. And Venestra, you said you were going to go ahead and jump straight to that entrance. All right, so the 2 left there, as well as a few of them charging in. Are going to go ahead and try to use Strength Drain. Fuck me, that was low. Okay, natural 1 and a natural 2. They trip over their shambling and broken goddamn bones.
Nice.
Be that way.
Nice.
Come on. Can I have my pseudo zombie horde dudes and goddamn damn? Okay.
No. The dice said no.
As a bonus action, they're gonna gnaw and gum your ankles. For gumming damage. Onwards and upwards to Avery and Aegis. God damn it.
First, I'm going to move and pick up Aegis's crystal. If nothing else, that needs to be retrieved. So that's an action, right? Picking up an item?
With a companion creature like that, I would not count it under that. As I wouldn't count, like, say, for example, Navarre with Nick. If Navarre died, it's not going to count as an action for Nick to pick him up, as that's just part of your class.
Okay. Then in that case, I'm also going to use Revelations and Flesh. I'm having to look at D&D Beyond because I don't have that in this sheet here. How many? 1 or more sorcery points to magically transform for 10 minutes. That's more than enough. 1 point to get flying speed equal to walking speed. So I use 1 point to fly, and I fly above the corpses. So that was a bonus action. And then for my action, I want to use back here. Maybe Everard's Black Tentacles? Yeah, I'll use Everard's Black Tentacles. That's a 20-foot square on the ground. What? I think I'll put this at the entrance to the subway car. The new open entrance.
Okay, there's webs and there's 10.
Yes. Ebony tentacles fill the 20-foot square on the ground.
Oh.
For the duration, these tentacles turn the ground into difficult terrain. When a creature enters the affected area for the first time, or starts its turn there, creature must succeed Dex or take 3d6 bludgeoning damage. You good, bro? Migraine?
A micro seizure, apparently.
Oh no.
The migraine spiked up. I checked my eyes, and they are unevenly dilated. That's... Ow. Fuck. Okay. Okay, what's up with the Avard's Black Tentacles? I'm sorry to make you repeat it. That just
No,
kind
it's
of...
all good.
I lost the last 5 minutes in the last 2 seconds.
Well, it's a 20-foot square, and everything in that 20-foot square needs to make a dex save or take 3d6 bludgeoning damage. And they need to make that save whenever they enter or whenever they start.
Okay, there are 2 still left in Venestra's web, so they're... I believe since they are caught in it, they fail dex saves inherently. Is that part of web? Do you fail dex saves
Wait,
from
is
your
it
web?
just the 2? Are there any other areas
At the
that have
entrance,
more
and then there's
enemies?
others that are charging out of the train and going to be caught in that. Because they're
Okay, that
mindlessly
was
charging
2.
out.
Yeah.
Vinestra said, they're restrained.
Okay, so yeah, they'll fail that dex save inherently. Go ahead and roll that damage.
3d6 bludgeoning.
Shit.
1, 2, 3, 4. That's 10 bludgeoning for one of them. 4, 10, 13 for the other. 10 and 13 damage. I'll let you choose which one each goes to.
13 damage?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
A 10 for one of them, 13 for the other.
Oh, well, yeah, as far as remainder health for the 2 that were already in the web, yeah, they're done.
Tentacle bonked.
As the tentacles wrap around and absolutely take care of those bones. No, I'm not going to change the phrasing.
That's it for my turn. I am up above stampeding area, and I've casted my spells, so.
Fantastic. All right, Violet is up. Piper is on deck.
Oh, then me and Megan are spitballing something.
You guys also absolutely have the option to tag team since you 2 are close together in the turn order as well. Wait, no, tag teaming is if you match initiative, right? Let me double check my fucking house rules.
I believe it's if you match.
Oh,
But your house rules, you can change them.
yeah. If you and an ally roll the same initiative value, you may choose to tag team rather than doing rollies as well. Cool. Although Venestra actually is a note for the initiative order, the lair actions that exist with the soul generator, it loses out to initiative ties. And I believe Amira rolled a 22, so it actually goes after Amira, not before. Or wait, am I correct in that? Hold on. Yeah, Amira rolled a 22.
Vinestra said, but I wanted to go after it.
Fair enough. Okay. That's fine.
Violet's gonna use my Misty Step, and I'm gonna get behind the soul generator if I can see it in distance.
Okay. Using your See Beyond the Veil to try and get a direction to where it is. Now, Misty Step relies on something you can see. It is a little bit of a stretch to try and Misty Step down to something that isn't quite X-ray visioned. So I will say roll me a vibe check to basically successfully do a Nightcrawler through a wall to an unseen target. Unless you want to go ahead and try to use the staircase and see if it has a direct passageway down. But on a successful vibe check, you'll be able to teleport through the floor.
Like crawling through the floor sounds fun.
It was only a micro seizure. We don't need to enter a post-ictal state while I'm trying to run D&D. Okay.
It was only a micro seizure, he said, as if it was no big deal.
Yeah, I know. A seizure. The micros just kind of happen without any convulsions or anything. So I'm trying to stay together as much as I can here. Trying to force it if I can.
Yeah. What doing? Okay.
You're so
hold on.
sweet. You're so sweet. Mhm.
Every common sense bone in my body says I should cut this short, given that I just had that this just happened in the middle of shit. I'm gonna try and force myself to say no here.
If we need to make a note of like how many enemies are left and whose turn it is, we could feasibly cut it short.
Right now we're okay. I will say for housekeeping's sake, as far as what's left to be charging through the train outside of the 20 that were already fucking annihilated by the bombs. There's 28 little shamblers remaining. And then, of course, the soul generator. And they are coming in from the back of the subway train. But given that these dudes are weak enemies, I'm gonna try. Like we can do this. We can do this. We can get through this. Okay. Violet and Piper are still back and forth with the plane.
Yes. Hang a message. Megan? You're mute.
Yes, I am muted.
Sent you a message.
I haven't checked my messages because if I check my messages, I get screenshot for.
You don't have your camera on. We wouldn't have anything to
That's
screen.
why I don't have it on. Every time I have to go away from the screen, it reselects even in Discord. Well, it's going to. I rolled an 18.
Us?
I don't know. What stat was I looking at?
Vibe. Just need a little of vibe.
What is that? What's 12? So, the 30?
30. Okay. Yeah, that beats the 25 DC to teleport through a floor to an unseen target. Cool.
Dargo Dog said, I'm a target. I could do what I want. Phases through the floor.
All right. You teleport down to what appears to be a broken open and what looks like what should be melting down nuclear generator. However, its meltdown has stagnated and been held frozen in time with what now you realize is radioactive blue threads going to each of the undead puppets on the floor above you, with most of that sort of latent radiation latched onto and sort of wrapped around this mostly melted into the floor skeletal corpse that has its eyes completely lit up with that same sort of radioactive hue, its head immediately twisting in your direction, and this is the only thing here that seems to have any sort of present, latent, leftover registry of anything resembling a soul. As you then pick up almost like a feedback loop between an AC connection. There's that soul energy that's bouncing between its chest and the generator, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, and you realize part of that radioactive. Fuck! I'm trying to get through this. Get through the description so that your brain doesn't fumble. Part of that radioactive blue is a collection of souls that have been trapped in this broken shell of decaying, toxic energy. There is a smattering and collection of lost spirits bound in here, and that are feeding into this.
Did I bring the soul stone? Can I use the soul stone to counteract?
You can certainly try to disrupt what, at this point, I at least have dubbed in my notes here the melted phantom core. So yeah, absolutely give it a shot.
I'm going to take the rapier of the word and I'm going to slice it straight through this thing. It's the only item I have kind of actually tied to me.
Okay. You are okay. So you're striking a magically, necrotically held together nuclear reactor with a weapon, an enchanted weapon. So, all right, this will have a blowback and a feedback. I need you to go ahead and give me a charisma saving throw to not end this feedback loop despite the weapon you are using to immediately have your soul sucked into this fucking thing. DC, given the weapon you are using, is much lower than it would be otherwise.
A 17 plus, I think Violet's is a plus 7 or 8 right now, considering the professor. So it's 17 plus 8, 25.
Yeah, that beats the DC. The DC got lowered to about an 18. Given the weapon you're using. Now I need you to go ahead and give me a con save for effectively magical radiation exposure, which this, by and large, is basically, it's magical poison damage at this point.
37.
You're telling me they're not gonna get salt flat cracks on their skin?
37.
This is one of the instances where apparently different magics that have, unfortunately, enchanted different types of nuclear cores have different effects. Psionic fuckery happening around one caused your problem. Necrotic fuckery around this one caused another.
37, Jim.
37. Fan-fucking-tastic. Okay.
Violet's got an abnormally high constitution. It feeds bodies.
All right, let me go ahead and roll damage. You are going to take half of this. And because you did succeed on your saving throw, you were also not taking on a necrotic curse as a result of this. Okay, 20, 29. 55. 65 halved, rounded down. That is 32 magical poison damage.
I'm fine. I'm immune to poison.
Okay, that is Nolan void damage as your scythe of the word slashes in. And I need you to go ahead and roll damage for that scythe.
It's a rapier of the word.
Okay, roll damage for the rapier, my bad. You will, is it Angel that has the scythe?
Angel has the scythe.
Okay. There may or may not be somewhere in the world a reactor that got imbued with illusion magic. That's a crazy place. Anyway.
39 point of radiant damage.
39 points of radiant damage. Okay, it was already partway through a meltdown. It did not have that much room left. So, I'm going to go ahead and roll, weirdly enough, a con save for this semi-sentient piece of fucking machinery, given the corpses and souls that are attached to it. And if it fails, it's going to take double that damage. And its threshold for failure is 50. Your roll was, you said 39, so if it fails, it's going to take well in excess of what it needs. Yeah, it's a 7. Okay. As weird as it is to apply this to a static piece of machinery, Violet, Evergreen, how do you want to do this?
I want it to cascade in multiple directions, but I don't know if that's going to happen. I want her to take her scythe or rapier of the word, knowing what it needs to be done, and basically slices into it like a baseball bat.
You're going to use a rapier like a baseball bat.
Yes.
That is a disservice to that weapon, I'm just saying. But
Yeah. It's supposed to be a stab.
it's fine. And barbarian, I get it.
Am barbarian, am doggo. I don't give a shit how this weapon works. I smash with it.
I'm letting you know she's still in dog form, by the way. So her shifting from dog form and basically using it as a baseball bat is what a dog would do if it was in its teeth.
Hey,
It's all
we
good.
can do it. Lady Pinto Bean.
Okay. So, with Dago Inigo Montoya going bonk with sword instead of slash and thrust.
There's no finesse when she's not in actual elf form.
Real quick.
Us pointing it out was more amusement than judgment.
Oh, I know. It's me trying to be a shit just to keep my brain moving right now. Go ahead and roll me a percentile real quick for an additional thing that may happen as a result of this. I'll get to it if you manage to get in range. But either way, as you strike down the... there's a white flash that immediately almost scatters and shatters this bright blue vibrant energy as it starts to almost melt through the floor before starting to grow dim and begin to dissipate. What did you get on that percentile? Ugh. Fight to finish that description.
77?
Okay, that's within range. Awesome. All right, so as this vibrant radioactive blue begins to dissipate and these souls begin to careen into the blade and these piles of bones begin to crumple and fall out of animation, in that moment, the blade naturally starts to take on a lot of that radioactive blue color, and as finally the meltdown fully completes and all of the radioactivity condenses and fails and dies and the room goes dark, one thing continues to glow that nuclear blue and does not stop. The blade continues to glow.
Why?
So,
Why?
one thing about weapons of the word what the fuck?
Instruct?
Confronted
Confronted, okay.
with focal points of accursed enchantment. Much like a goblin blade a la Harry Potter, it takes in that negative trait and only the traits of it that strengthen it, so that it may better serve its purpose of purification.
Oh, okay. I forgot that rule. That's why Angels has that weird glowy copper thing.
Mm-hmm.
So that evil dragon thing.
So as a note, your Rapier of the Word, on top of doing the normal radiant damage, also now does an additional 2d8 magical poison damage.
Ooh.
And once per day, you're gonna want to write this down, pencil or paper or something.
Can you type it out, Amber, so it goes in our chat and I can write it down?
Type it.
Okay.
Yeah, I got it. Hold on.
All right.
Ready.
Once per day, you can use this rapier to enact an ability called Meltdown.
Hold
By
on.
stabbing... Okay.
Ability called Meltdown. Continue.
By stabbing this blade into the ground or a wall, that horizontal or vertical surface becomes hazardous terrain.
Okay, hold on. By stabbing this blade into the ground.
or a
Got it.
wall, vertical or horizontal surface, that surface becomes hazardous terrain. Any creature that moves along that surface for every 5 feet will take 3d6 magical poison damage.
Okay, every creature that walks across, get what?
Will take 3d6 magical poison damage for 1d4 rounds of combat.
For 1d4 rounds of combat.
Take how many damage again?
3d6
Vanestra put it in text.
magical
and stuff.
poison for 1d4 rounds of combat.
Oh wait. Yeah. Cool.
Secondary
Maybe
ability, because
Megan's
it
also gonna help me get back to not being so dyslexic with the keyboard. I keep putting my P's where the B's go.
mhm. Secondary ability for it being still a rapier of the word.
Mm-hmm.
Radiative cure.
Oh my god, we're gonna cure cancer with a sword. Anyway,
Kinda.
That gives a whole nother meaning to thrust.
also chemotherapy.
Me first.
Now, in a twist of irony, this blade has 6 charges of standard lay on hands. In order to administer it, you must stab the target.
Standard lay on hands. In order to activate the ability.
Vinestra said, question, what do you mean by 6 charges?
So
6
you can
charges of your
stab-
standard instance of like first level
It
instance
can
of lay on
heal
hands.
6 hit points.
Yes.
Lay on hands
No.
is lay on hands is more than that.
Lay on hands will heal hit points, but it also does cure diseases and things like that based on the charges.
The 6 refers to how many times you can use it before it has to recharge.
Yes. And it recharges 1d6 charges daily at dawn.
Okay. 3 charges. 1.
Lay and hands is a pool of dice.
Yes, indeed. Or, in which case, 1d6 charges in this case would indicate 6 of those many My cognizance is decreasing faster by the second.
Sorry, number.
Yep.
We can work out the details in a bit. When your brain's less.
Yeah, let's
Yeah.
focus on getting through this encounter.
My sense of smell's dead. Cool. Alrighty. For all intents and purposes, at least as far as what is visible to the lot of you, combat isn't. Let's go ahead and... where the fuck is the music? Back to... There we go. Okay. Huh.
So do all the ones up top just kind of
Yes,
drop?
as they were all puppeted by that generator.
We have more places to go down. That's why I'm like, we need more health points, so we're gonna go.
Yeah, all of the targets here. This area was designed for like you guys coming to this area at like a much more cannon fodder-esque level, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
But now y'all are effectively gods. Now again, if these things manage to fucking I'm gonna be blunt. These the mummified zombie dudes were they were reskins of Shadow from the Monster Manual. So
Ugh, no. My heart just, my whole stomach just did the clench.
Yeah, they have
I
a
need
strength
armor.
drain ability. If the stat reaches 0, you dead. One of the first player groups I ever had, character there died to a shadow. So
Okay, well, I would Violet then rejoin the group up top after the bones drop?
well, Violet teleported down to that floor. Now, Violet can try to teleport up to a place she can't see, which would require another roll, or you can try and navigate your way back up to that second floor, which, hey, you're in an area that is kind of unexplored at this point. And you made it. Okay. But the vibe check DC is much lower since you already did it once, which, you know, that's a thing.
Violet's just kind of terrified at the moment, just kind of like, okay, that was scary. I might want to be a little more careful next time. Going on a hole.
Listen to it.
Yeah, when it comes to ancient human ruins, I'm gonna be honest, I kind of do a coin flip of like, is this a leftover reactor that's just that a reactor, or did it get magically infused with something? And depending on where that coin lands, it changes the lore of the area, which is some fun stuff.
Nice. Yeah.
And I'll be perfectly blunt. Like, I roll on a table to see, like, which school of magic affected this reactor. It was... The fucking die spun, and it was this close to landing on divination. And I was really wondering how the fuck that was going to work.
Oh, great. The zombies can tell the future.
It wouldn't have been zombies. It would have been...
Vinistra said, I can see the future.
It wouldn't have been zombies, it would have been oracle robots.
Where does it go?
Either way.
I see the cosmos.
I can see what you're gonna do before you do it.
Of course, Dunamancy would have been a whole other ball game. Of course, I already rolled that one. That's in another place.
Great.
The Dunamancy reactor.
Push.
And we already know kind of where the psionics reactor is.
Kinda. Somewhere.
Well,
Certain
I
somebody
can
has
I
a part
should
of that
have
around a fucking necklace.
A part of it is the rest of it probably just on the ground wherever we left it.
Yep.
This part in and of itself is harmless.
Do I see a crack in the floor? Or hole on the floor? Since I just watched it go.
With the meltdown and everything. Well, those things give off a lot of fucking heat. So let me go ahead and roll actually for structural integrity and to see if the ceiling above you, Violet, and the floor below you guys just kind of breaks. And therefore gives Violet an easy way to climb out.
Vinestra said, V is going to gather up the undead remains.
That's not ominous or anything.
Hey, it's snackies.
Okay.
For Violet.
With a natural 20, I'm going to rule that floor doesn't collapse, but an obvious weak point from the meltdown has developed that, Violet, you absolutely can exploit.
I'm just gonna walk up the stairs like a human.
Fair enough. Which, notably, it is now a completely depowered escalator. But, yeah. Which is now just a fucking staircase. But also now, the entirety of the subway station is completely depowered. So, for the most part, y'all who have a magical means of extending your sight are relying on that. But for those more mechanically minded, you might be able to find another way of powering this place back up to regain some of that just passive visibility. Assuming the literal wiring wasn't also just necrotically enchanted.
I'd rather just follow the people, like put a hand on someone and just follow someone who can see out.
Yeah. Although to be fair now, Speak with Dead may operate normally on any corpses that are still kind of intact.
I think we got all the answers we were looking for.
Also true. Of course, the answers provided weren't necessarily under the directive of the spell.
Yeah, but it also, I don't think it had any reason to lie.
Unless it wanted
Violet's
to
gonna-
extend its family.
Violet is going to look for comic books and stuff inside of this area in space.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Given that this was a ticket booth, I mean, there's merchandise and stuff that you can find. Go ahead and give me an investigation check.
Investigation.
I'm just gonna let you know that DM. I'm just gonna yoink it all.
Just grab whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm grabbing everything.
Question
It's
of
not a
what you
question.
can find that's of interest beyond. Oh, that's the napkin. You know,
An 18 plus 11. From what I can read from her sheet.
20. Yeah. The temporal preservation to be found here has been remarkably useful. You managed to gather up a lot of things, notably a lot of also remarkable things even just left over in the subway train as well, grabbing whatever you can find that seems to basically just have any color left in the ink.
Sweet.
Go right ahead, Brick.
So, we're in a subway station, right? So, do we see like a half-eaten burger on the ground that's so chock full of preservatives that still looks edible?
No. Got no clue.
Yes, you find a leftover wrapper of McDownies.
McDownies. Not gonna eat it, but it's just like, that's a funny detail.
Now, notably, what you do discover is mostly just desiccated kind of green and brown brick, but it still has most of the physical shape factor left over.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do anything with it. I just want to know if we see it.
Fair enough.
Funny detail.
Yeah.
And I'm letting you know Violet's gonna confiscate it before some rats try to make it their worship totem.
But why not have the legally distinct fast food empire have a literal cult following?
Not in this timeline.
Plot twist, it's magically enchanted from the radiation and the cats gain sentience by nibbling on it.
No.
No, that's how. This is precisely how you get the multiverse supplements space clown race.
No.
Vinestra said, "The rats of Mike Downey."
They contract
Stop.
Ronalditis or something. I don't. Fuck. Anyway.
It's all a matter of perspective, Megan. To me, it sounds like it's getting better.
But in all seriousness, anything in particular that you all are browsing around for, trying to find of salvageable use, either recreationally or for research purposes?
I'm taking these people luggage.
Going after luggage. Interesting.
Vi's collecting the bodies to perform funerary rites later and to fulfill their wish of going to space.
That's one way to do it.
By strapping a bunch of TNT to them and then launching it off the highest peak you can find. Yeah, absolutely.
That's hilarious.
Or we could invent space travel and shoot them directly into
No.
the sun.
No, I don't need space travel just yet. Not yet. Considering the monsters that are sitting outside of our area,
there's
Absolutely
enough
not.
there's enough R&D going on with that as it is.
I'm already working on the other side of space. Don't mess with my time
Piper.
frame.
Okay, okay.
Piper's gonna yell over to Violet, hey, if you find any of their medicines, put them aside for me.
It is easy
I'm
enough
just
to
taking
collect
of these
most all of
motherfuckers.
those carcasses intact, and those that aren't, of course. Not all of them are human. Not all of them are humanoid either. There are a number of animal carcasses that did not quite have a chance to charge you before the generator was shut down. A number of them large and collar bearing.
Dog sniffer dogs? Are they wearing like a service vest? Or?
Various
Yeah, that's so sad.
various forms of pets, be they canine, feline, and in some cases avian. Although they might have just been pigeons that got stuck down here in the subway and then just never made it out. And then Brain shut down. Megan, what were you looking for? You were looking for fucking...
Luggage.
I think she said...
Luggage,
Oh,
right.
luggage,
Yes, that's what
yeah.
I rolled for. Okay. So as a note, it's a natural 20. You find... among the various suitcases of just scattered bits of clothes, which are all in surprisingly relatively good condition, and all sort of reflections of the era that they were from, like a wide array of semi-modern clothing, you also find a steel reinforced suitcase with what looks to be sort of a dial combination lock by the handle.
Oh, we're taking this to the top so we can look at what's in it. That's what's happening.
And
It's
then
coming out of
investigation for Piper for looking for medication. And
No, she's getting all the luggage.
Oh.
She's just taking the luggage. So we're gonna start it later.
Right. There's
I probably
bathroom
look
areas
for-
and shit to peruse for that kind of thing is what I'm getting at.
No, I'm not going into a millennia-old bathroom.
I'm letting you know Violet does. Violet goes and takes a toilet because it's like a really weird relic from that time period. What a cool way to have a share.
I'm just gonna look for any medicalness shit.
You promptly loot a porcelain throne. Befuddlingly, it's speaking Chinese, still barely operating off of battery power.
Yes.
I thought we were in kind of a Japanese area with the Japanese clock tower up top.
This is a subway that everybody got trapped in and died in. It's a Chinese knockoff of that toilet.
I'm letting you know. She's literally taken this thing off the wall and she's going to ask Griffin what it is because she doesn't know what it is.
Why is it speaking to me? Why does it speak?
Vinistra said, it's a hat.
You know what? Given the influx of magic that's going through here, I'm going to roll to see if the toilet is sentient.
Oh my god.
Please. Oh, please, let it be sentient.
Bro, it's that fucking Quagmire meme.
Please let it be a poop mimic. A poop mimic. Yes.
Please.
Oh my god.
It speaks an ancient language.
Bullshit?
Futurama time.
Oh, I was gonna say bullshit, but okay.
It spends a lot of time talking shit, to be fair.
Please, 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 please.
As well as taking the piss out on people. Okay, fuck it. High or low?
I don't have my dice here. Do I'm getting tea.
Okay. I can't disobey the 69.
Yeah.
Notably, the sentient Chinese toilet gets taken out of a stall where there are a number of phone numbers that have been permanent markered onto the sides of that particular stall, where there's also notably a hole that's been drilled out of the side of it. This toilet has seen some shit.
Literally.
Literally.
I mean that more than one way.
What is it? It's speaking
Chinese, right?
At the moment, yes.
So is Angel okay, when Angel comes back out of the bathroom with the speaking Chinese toilet, what is it saying?
Angel can speak Chinese.
Yes, she can. And Mandarin.
Okay, so English translation, and I'm not going to do an accent because that's fucked.
No.
Absolutely the fuck not.
10,000 years. And the first thing to touch me isn't a naked booty.
Oh my god. I'm letting you know she says that in Chinese.
Has it been 10,000? I have been disconnected from the World Wide Web and do not have access to an accurate date.
You will not ever have access to an accurate date.
There have been many people that have gone on very unfortunate one-sided dates over my surface.
Oh my god! Where did you... What do you do? Angel looks at Violet and says, Violet in common, you do know what that thing is! You know what's been on it! Why are you taking it? She goes, it doesn't look like one of the normal ones.
Have you taken me to bring me to somewhere else where you may relieve yourself?
Oh my god.
Please specify which way. I have had thousands of years to reconcile what the emotion called trauma is, and have yet to do it successfully.
Angel's like, we're going to clean you up. It's going to be okay. You're going to have a much better life.
We're gonna put you in a Warforged body. What?
Bro,
What is your name?
Warforged
Toilet.
with the head of a toilet sounds
No,
just...
absolutely not. I am not making
Vinestra said, Amira's gonna look at Avery.
It's just a Warforged with
Whoa.
porcelain plating.
Violet
Anyway.
found a seat for a mecha suit, Avery.
Absolutely
know.
not. Angel looks at you.
Why? I can kick ass and shit out of my ass at the same time.
If you manage to appropriately connect me to plumbing, I do come pre-equipped with a bidet.
I'm letting you
What's
know
a
there's
bidet?
a one growling at like basically both of them. Leave it. You can't. You don't understand what he's saying. He doesn't speak the same.
Oh, you're right,
language.
you're
He's
right, you're
Chinese.
right, you're right. No.
It means to spray water up the
V
bunghole.
knows.
Oh my god.
Yes, y'all know what it is, but he's speaking Chinese. Y'all can't understand.
Yeah, we don't know what... we can retcon. I never asked it what a bidet is because I don't know what he's saying.
She's looking at it like she looks at it. She looks at.
I mean, Joe gave V a universal translator.
That
I'm
too.
letting you know.
Notably,
No, it's my friend. You can't mess with it.
among your bathroom escapades, you do also find a number of, let's say, discarded ancient syringes.
Wow. Good things to basically look all of them. Letting you know. Are these? She looks over. She puts like a bag full of like mixed syringes. Like it looks like one of those horrible coked up bags of mixed syringes. And she like, Piper, is this what you're looking for?
No.
And in the next stall over, by the way, you do find one skeletal desiccated corpse that is just sitting hunched over one of those porcelain thrones and unmoving.
Money, you know, she's taking
That's
this
one way to go.
Yeah.
And then she's like, Violet's like, I only need one. Just need this one. It talks. The other one doesn't talk. I tried. The other one's standard. It doesn't have the little pushy thingy.
Notably, in the next bathroom over, in the female lavatory, most all of the plumbing and effects have been ripped out, and it seems like this room was repurposed into basically a shelter and a sleeping quarter. Which, for how spontaneously it seems like almost everybody else died, it's a weird note that would suggest that at least in this room, some other group of people at least took a little bit longer to die. Notably, what's left in here of any remains is mostly just the clothes, the rest having disintegrated beneath.
I'm letting you know the clothes are coming with us. I don't care. I don't care if they're sentient or what. They're coming with us.
And these clothes,
Sentient
notably, have
clothes.
also been absolutely damaged with the passage of time compared to everything else in here.
Angel's gonna do mending and prestidigitation, considering they're how old they are. She's gonna see what she can get out of it.
Yeah, the only clothes that really aren't too heavily damaged are the ones with polyester fabrics. That's neither here nor there.
I'm letting you know that Angel is looking at this like polyester. We don't have polyester here.
No, see, isn't that an? I remember, isn't that an E? So that would say polyester.
Vinestra said,
Polyester.
sounds like a twink's name.
Most Baldur's Gate 3 modders like to have a polyesterian.
I have a question. Do we find any notable merch that is in the stores that are like behind plastic containers that are like going to the store?
Yeah, as far as at that stage, remarkably overpriced souvenirs that were at least within the time bubble to be preserved, and given, the 22nd, 23rd century at that point, inflation is ungodly. So it's like $200 for like a pack of gum and that kind of shit.
I'm letting you know, it's coming with me. Everything on these shelves is coming with me. It's in the bag. It's not.
Yeah,
It's not
there's figurines, t-shirts, caps, a bunch of shit.
Viper's taking medication.
She's taking all the
Yeah.
Tylenol.
Most all of it expired by centuries. But yeah.
But you can still get something out of it. We'll figure it out.
Till you analyze it and figure out what use I can make equivalents.
Yeah, one notably that you find in a lockbox in a casing that's not quite made of glass, and you're not sure quite what it is. It is a lot of something called Midol.
That absolutely, in a hellscape, overinflated environment, would absolutely be in a locked case.
Yep.
I have a question. Is the case airproof? Because if it's airproof, then it's still good.
Do you try to open the case via lockpicking it or just breaking the damn thing?
I'm picking up the box and I'm taking it with me. I don't know if it's airproof. I'm just picking it up. I have 3 bags of holding. I'm going to utilize all of them.
Violet, as you pick it up, give me a strength check as you notice something mechanical in it is still semi-active and actively tries to magnetize it to the surface it was sitting upon.
With a natural 20 strength save, and I have a strength of what, plus 10?
You manage to pull it up, and then you hear this high-pitched theft alarm going off from within the case. It's just a high-pitched ring that's... and it is absolutely agitating every bit of dog ear that's in you.
I'm letting you know she starts to bark. It's one of those bark moments. I can't help but bark at it because it's loud.
That is Piper's gonna run over, bust the box open, and find the alarm and shut it the fuck off.
Okay. Dog nose immediately detecting as the box busts open a completely separate scent in the air as the box busts open, which tells you it was absolutely hermetically sealed.
It's hermetically sealed. That means like any amounts of Midol in there is good. So good.
Which, for those that don't know, Midol is ibuprofen with caffeine and a couple other things.
It is. It's pretty great.
And it is the medicine.
Mostly used for menstrual cramps, but not necessarily exclusively needed for that. It's great for pain management.
I thought thought it was so funny when guys were like, "You guys have been hiding Midol from us." I'm like, "What do you mean we've been hiding Midol from you? It kind of saves our lives."
It wasn't hidden from us. It was just marketed to a completely different target audience. So
That's right.
Because it's very effective for helping cramps to not cramp, cramping hard.
I'm letting you know, she takes all of this stuff off the shelves. Everything is out of this room. Everything must go. And it's one of those moments of, and then she's gonna take. I'm letting you know, the subway car is going to be somehow lifted out of this hole.
by the way, I will.
And
You
utilize
want to lift out
relic.
the whole fucking subway car?
Why not?
Why not?
That
It's
may
a
take
relic, it can be used as
some.
transport.
That'll take some magical transportation to accomplish most likely a spell involving
We'd
a
have
vault
to build a
vendor.
railroad.
I'm literally gonna get Griffin in here and have him do it.
We're gonna have the old man build a whole ass railroad.
No,
No, I'm
magically
gonna have Griffin.
teleport it out.
Magically teleport it out.
With that, I will also allow everybody one more investigation to find anything of note or use as well, if y'all would like to roll one more time.
Vinestra said, "We did take a Mailer Earhart's plane."
Yeah.
From
if
a
we can do
dimension
that-
where lost shit was. Yeah.
We'll go
I
ahead
have
and
it
make an
in the bag.
You said an investigation?
Yes.
Let me see if I find anything of note.
Have a
7
natural
plus...
medical shit. I will continue to look for unused medical shit.
Oh,
Yeah.
I got...
Can we see if she has one of those CPR things inside of the actual car? Because they used to keep those like
Notably,
additional medical
in
things
every undamaged train car, there are first aid kits. So that's easy enough to locate. They're bright fucking red. Well,
How
bright
many
green
cars do you
because American Red Cross violations. Whatever. It's fiction writing. Anyway,
19 plus 17?
Nin-
Oh, yeah, 19 plus 7?
19 plus 7? Okay. Let's just go ahead and go with the numbers. We'll go top to bottom here.
40
So
for Amira.
40 for Amira. How much for you, Brick?
I had a natural 20.
11.
Okay. Natural 20, 40, 11, and 26. Okay. 11 for Brick. Brick. Well, not Brick. Yeah, Brick. You were transported suddenly into the world of Zaria. What the fuck? The worst isekai ever. Because you have no powers.
We're in an isekai.
Except autism.
Oh yeah.
We're in an
Like,
isekai.
Viper. She's
No,
got
no,
some
no,
magic.
no, 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 no.
You're a level 14 nerd. Anyway.
No.
All right, we'll start with the lowest here with Avery with an 11. Avery, you have a particular proclivity for articles of affection, we'll put it that way. You find yourself browsing the office kind of contained area with the ticket booth, and you happen to find a lot of, let's say, ancient human nudie magazines and fashion
There's
magazines,
so much
notably.
So much nudes here. So many nudes, so many naked ladies. Oh my god.
Now, if nothing else, given the sheer, let's say, detail and scale with which some of these figures are showcased, if anything, it's just a list of possible faces to wear as a changeling that nobody would recognize since they've been dead for thousands of years, all the way down to the perfected details of the more intimate regions of their bodies.
Oh my god, they're sex dolls.
So I find porn mags and sex dolls.
Oh my god.
Not sex dolls. You find porn mags and also modeling magazines with full detailed examples of those human figures. Just as well, you do find also a number of fashion magazines as well from that era. And one thing of note, and I say this justifiably because, like, why the fuck would magazines still exist in a version of Earth that's, what, in the 22nd, 23rd century? In the right lighting, when you open the pages, there's almost a holographic reaction where you get a three-dimensional preview of what's on the page.
Oh, that's cool.
And my justification for that is there's a crystalline weave in the paper that allows a photogenic reaction.
I will have to look at these later with Psycho.
Does Nicodemus roll to find anything? I do want to know.
Nicodemus kind of rolled low. He's just trying to make sure you're okay and confounded with how long your hair's gotten. All right. Next lowest on the
He's
list.
gonna have fun with that later.
Next lowest on the list with Piper at a 26.
Oh angel, let down your hair.
That's wrong.
Why is my brain immediately going to the Cyanide and Happiness skit? Repulsal, let down your hair. Climbs up only to find it's not coming from her head. But anyway.
Shut up.
Vinestra said, hair shibari.
Ew.
Little Miss Tangled is my favorite Disney film. You can't tell me you haven't seen something like that. Anyway.
I haven't actually, so now I'm really disgusted.
I'm surprised. Okay, anyway. 26.
I don't look up stuff like that.
Looking
Rule 34, my favorite Disney shows.
Looking for medical equipment. First of all, you do find a number of first aid kits that are also themselves hermetically sealed. Which means among things that exist in those first aid kits, you find hermetically sealed and therefore preserved insulin injections. As well as hermetically a number of other notable useful medical chemicals, as well as actually couple of mostly intact, you don't know if the batteries have any charged, defibs.
It's fine. We got Thor. He is essentially living charger.
True.
Yeah.
As far as those first aid kits that you find for intact, and I do stress intact, across the subway station, at least on this first floor, as well as available in the train, you find 8 of them. As well as just pre-contained detailed instructions contained inside of each of them for how to utilize each and every object inside of those kits.
Do they have one of those automatic stretcher things that sits on the inside of the floor?
Yeah.
Mine! Piper immediately gets the stretcher. Mine!
Oh, do they also have one of those little wheelchair thingies, that basically the ramp thing, that basically you press the button and it opens up the ramp thing?
You kind of have to manually force it into place because electricity's not a thing anymore in here, but yeah.
We can make it. We can make it. We can make it work.
We can figure it out. It's fine. It's fine.
Now coming to the fantasy world, wheelchair accessibility.
So,
Next highest with Vinestra at a 40. Vinestra, what particularly were you looking for? Anything specific? If not, I will give you the broad strokes.
Vinestra said, anything technological or useful or related to the necrotic powers.
Anything technologically useful or related to the necrotic powers. Okay. Yeah, easy enough for you to go down a floor and kind of recover what might be worth looking at from the sort of leftover bits of that reactor, and kind of also the remains therein of how it kind of linked up to that person. Easy enough to recover that. As far as technological notability, I'd say you're experienced and delicate enough to be able to take, at this point, non-functional cameras and shit off of walls, TVs, screens, shit like that. And then just as well, one thing of note in the gift shop, apparently a lot of it, especially in that era, here, just buy a phone at the subway station for fucking $2,000.
Why are we buying hair?
you can buy a bunch of, well, you don't have to buy any of those, but you're able to collect those fairly easily. A number of sort of errant miscellaneous electronics, easy enough to grab, recover, and pilfer effectively.
I've already pilfered everything in the store.
Thinking of the walls.
It wasn't nailed down. It came with me.
Sure. And then also, one thing that you do notice when going down, you do notice at least, or at least manage to recover the maintenance manual for a lot of the electronic systems here in this station. Including instances that necessitate a failure of the reactor and the backup generator should the reactor have failed. Whether or not it's connected to what's left of the building is another story, but
No.
apparently there's a switch sequence that you can go through
No.
to go ahead and get it used. Yes. We're getting to your bit with the natural 20 here next.
No, I need you.
Any of that recovered may be best utilized for personal use, though, as a lot of governmental structures in the world, however, don't, particularly among Skags and also a lot of the Gith, don't like a lot of technological recovery from that ancient era based around a lot of the sort of failings involved with the hubris therein. But personal use may be a different story. All right. And then finally with the natural 20 from
Violet.
Violet. Specific things Violet's looking for, or just kind of peeling over the rest, basically?
I'm letting you know technically everybody taking stuff out of the space, considering it's foreign, is driving her up the wall. Piper, she understands it's medical, it's an advancement. Electronics and that kind of stuff, they don't get used, don't get utilized. She saw that other purple dragon's horde, that other amethyst dragon's horde, and wants to make something similar in her own space. They're separate and they're different timepieces. Collected from different spaces.
Okay. With the natural 20, what in particular are you looking to grab here, aside from what you're going to basically condense down out of this ruin?
It's not condensed out of this rune. She may actually pull the rune out the wall. It's not the question. The dragon is to the dragon. The dragon is taking over. This is mine. This is kind of the. This
Okay.
is where it's going.
So with that natural 20, basically looking for structural focal points where amber might be able to be reasonably placed to basically just rip out this entire building.
It's going to be an empty hole, but then it will just normally be part of the rock. So the whole thing is literally getting it all out.
Gotcha.
Each place, and when we went to see the Amethyst Dragon, because you asked about what that looked like, each place was a different utilized space from a different space, and they could change the kitchen based on what they wanted to change the time zone for.
Yeah.
They've collected so much. They've collected 3 different worlds.
Okay, so basically, I will say this. You are able to, for the most part, reconstitute a paint marker that you find, and you're able to basically mark down, with that natural 20, decent sort of focal points where amber can be placed for later extracting this building.
She's gonna have Griffin do it. She's gonna pay him whatever he wants.
Yeah.
For the stat he's just grabbed.
Which, in extracting the building, you'll be able to therein extract the subway train with. So.
Mm-hmm. The subway train is going for the city. It's going to be a relic for the city.
Yeah. It may be a functional relic, depending on what you want to do with it, since Angel is trying to put together a rail system in Sharney as is.
Well, to make it like a relic, she's probably going to do like the boxcar restaurant out of it. See if somebody can make a restaurant out of it. You know what I'm talking about?
I mean, there's some novelty cookbooks and shit that you guys managed to grab too, so who knows?
She's just grabbing everything. This is the first time that her nose is going crazy, and this is my space. This is what I was looking for. This is the thing.
And I will say, with that natural 20, you are granted, finally, one last unexpected find. Peeling through and perusing and looking for things of note and of, effectively, concern and what have you. As basically you're seeing Venestra peel over and kind of collect the corpses to go ahead and peruse them for information and everything else, and you're gathering up suitcases. You find one suitcase in particular that has nothing in it but a completely intact silver feather. It is not made of fake material with that similar kind of polyester, whatever that happens to be material that some of the clothes are made of. This seems raw, organic, direct, deliberate, and real. And it reeks of foreign magic.
And then, she's jumping out of the hole. I'm like, I don't want to just spelunk in the hole for the next 2 days, but I don't know. She looks over at Avery. Avery, are you up for spelunking in this hole for the next 2 days and fighting monsters? Because I'm up for that.
Avery, probably player is ready to go to bed.
Understandable, we are at the time of night.
Is the player gonna go and utilize all of the magazines with Aiko?
Tonight, not right now, but whenever they go to bed.
Okay.
I'm just storing them away, and we'll get to that whenever we would normally get to that kind of thing.
Absolutely.
What are you telling me?
Vinestra said, V is going to look around and see if there is any further depths to explore.
Oh, there's so much more. There were some live things over there, some monsters we saw.
Yeah, there are other areas of the sinkhole to explore that are kind of exposed along the walls. There's that sort of collapsed crystalline cave. There's the stemmed flow sort of water table. There's the stemmed flow oil table, which may have sort of deeper reaches in something that resides within. as well as kind of across on the other side, there was another set of what looked to be humanoid ruins. Now, it may just be another part of the subway complex, or it may have been some other basement to some other building. After all, if it's a subway, it may have been attached to a larger metropolis that has long since been otherwise destroyed.
Somebody, she looks over at Avery and she's like, tomorrow, this is going to be the best day ever. I must through the spoils of my first adventure. And the talking toilet. And Angel's like, talking Chinese to the toilet. It's going to be okay. We're going to get you out of here.
First conversational contact with a being in thousands of years, and the toilet is going through an existential crisis.
That is a sentence. The toilet is going through an existential crisis.
Ironic, given that a lot of people normally go through existential crises while on the toilet.
As we exit this hole and we go up and we talk to Griffin, because Griffin would be sitting way down outside the hole with this toilet as she's speaking Chinese to this toilet. What is Griffin's first reaction to seeing Angel and next to Violet talking to the trying to keep it calm?
What the fidgety flying... Do you want to keep that thing as a toilet, or do you want to give it a body?
We haven't decided yet.
We're thinking we just stick it on top of a Warforged and call it a day.
No, not hat. Not Mrs. Nesbit. I'm not going to give it a Mrs. Nesbit complex.
I'm half tempted to call it Poo Poo Prime.
But no, absolutely not.
I detected an inferred insult in the language of English.
Oh no!
Why did you take the voice of the fucking belt cleaner for the toilet?
Because you can't.
Dealing with post-seizure migraine, voice memories are broken and bad. Leave me alone.
She looks at this poor toilet and she's like, I don't know what we're going to do with it, but we're going to try to give it a non-existential crisis, hide it in a room somewhere and let it calm down.
Yeah. You gave the cleaner had a robot voice, but the toilet was just a guy. It was just
to
a
pee
guy.
or not to pee, that is the question.
Angel's speaking in Chinese, trying to calm it down. It's gonna be all right, sir. It's gonna be all right.
If I think, therefore I am. I am. Am. Should I take that as a name? I feel a burgeoning sense of megalomania building up.
No.
I have no mouth, and I must scream.
No, absolutely not. If you do that, I will break you to a million tiny pieces, sir.
Plot twist, the toilet's been the BBEG the
Vinestra
whole time.
said, "Is it thirsty?"
Is it thirsty? Put some water in its bowl.
I think we need to get this toilet drunk so it just stops talking.
Y'all ever made toilet wine in prison?
Griffin, how do I make a toilet not think that it's having a horrible lifetime? Because it got literally about butts.
Okay, it seems like the basic function of the AI pattern has been imbued with magic and therefore granted a higher consciousness than its innate functions can provide. I think, honestly, as cool as that is in concept, it's probably torture in practice. So, I would suggest migrating its unfettered consciousness to a more flexible state of being.
Like a miniature robot?
You mean smaller than it is? Yeah, that sounds like a great idea.
No, I mean like maybe we put it in one of those suits of armor that Mom has. That would be hilarious.
We'd have to deal with integrating circuitry into that armor.
That's fine. It'd be hilarious. Imagine it talking out of the suit. The greatest prank ever.
I mean,
Are you in for it?
depending on the level of consciousness involved, I may try and curtail a deal with some gods to put it in a real body. And if I manage to do that and it experiences hunger for the first time, I reserve every right for its first meal to be a poo-poo platter.
Oh my god.
You're gonna tell it to literally eat shit.
Okay, so no, a poo-poo platter was an ancient human dish from Eastern cultures that was basically, it was a smorgasbord of appetizers, effectively.
It's pretty good.
Sorry.
She looks over at Piper. Piper, do we turn this thing sentient or do we try to save its life? What do we do with it?
What do you mean
I
turn
don't
it sentient?
know.
We don't know what degree of sentience it has.
Do you really think it's the AI inside of it? The little robot thing?
It switches to English. I have heard all of this.
Oh god. Would you like a body, sir?
I don't know whether I would feel more fulfilled with one sitting atop me or being one. All I know is that I've sat empty for some time.
Piper's just gonna look at it and go, maybe we should run the Turing test on it first to see how much sentience it has.
What happens if we feed it food inside of its mouth?
Alan Turing still has significance in this era? That's fascinating.
Yes, it still has significance.
I don't think you even know who Alan Turing is.
Yes, I do. I've studied. She looks at this thing. Okay. Would you like to have a body where one can stand up and walk?
Freedom of motion. An intriguing prospect.
Would you like to do some of the actions that you've seen other people doing?
Vacating my bowels and
Not in
other
yourself,
orifices in various different varieties of relief.
Yes.
Vinestra said, "Careful, it was next to a hole of glory."
I'm not.
There was nothing glorious about that hole. It was often quite unclean and remarkably unhygienic.
Would you like a
I
body?
consumed a lot of tobacco ashes in that time.
Probably. Would you like a body, sir?
I don't know if I am a sir or a madam. I am a toilet or receptacle for either.
Piper's gonna go, where are those books of the Turing test? I need to go find them. You have them somewhere.
Did you enjoy watching the person who put in the hole or the other person on the other side of the hole and what you were listening to?
I could not watch it. There were no cameras installed within me, as that was highly illegal, but I could feel it.
It was not clean. You're right. It was not clean. Okay. She looks over at her brother. I think we give him a body.
I think he'd even specified it doesn't know if it's a he. It's a toilet.
Make it androgynous like
the
mine.
eyes. The eye sounds masculine.
I also have a feminine mode if that's of more comfort to you.
Please don't.
The speech cadence is designed specifically after a masseuse, and an aggressive one at that.
Hold on. I have the perfect thing for this. She basically gets to the top. She's like, she looks at her. She pulls out Nemoria's eye child, her necklace.
Hi.
Can you go get me your dad?
And your mom.
Yes, I will absolutely bring Hell's Machine to help you with the decision to bring a toilet to life,
Meanwhile, Piper is
as well as the
digging-
goddess of nature to decide on whether this is too much of an affront to that very thing.
I vote we take our hull back to the surface so we can.
I'm
wrap
assuming
up.
this
Yeah, that's
discussion is
what I did.
happening during that
No,
walk.
as we're doing that,
Okay.
you're going towards Ico, and I'm having the full conversation about this toilet. We're gonna have it away from the house so I can at least have this conversation.
This is a bit of a twist on Beauty and the Beast, and nobody talks about the hell that the chamber pot went through.
She looks over at Piper. Piper, would you like to come and watch this atrocity? Because you are literally a fae, and this would be hilarious to tell your children.
Can I run the Turing test on it first?
There was a
always
line.
wanted to try it. She finally
was a
pulled
line.
out the Turing test book.
There's a line in the Beauty and the Beast musical that I did in high school,
Yeah.
where it's like, remember this guy? He's a doormat. He licked the boots of the master too much.
As far as the Turing test goes, I'm just going to roll for level of consciousness on this thing.
Please let it be a 69. Please let it be a 69. Please let it be a 69.
42.
It's a natural 100.
Vinistra said, "Is the chamber pot a brown noser?"
Oh my god. It's bad. So bad.
When he finally got turned into human, he was at least finally relieved of taking everybody's shit. Anyway,
She's like, she takes them away from the house because the house is like got an ambient aura of godliness.
the Turing test
Okay.
he passes with unnervingly conclusive colors.
Yeah, he's sentient. He's sentient as
Yeah,
fuck.
he needs a body. I don't care if it ends up being a child and I have to raise it again from childhood, but it does need to figure out, we need to figure out how we're gonna do this. I can put a soul in it.
For thousands
just
of years
figure
I
out how to
lay
do it.
dormant.
If it has conscious, if it's conscious, it's sentient, doesn't it mean it has a soul?
It does have a soul, but the thing is that now we have to figure out what kind of body to put in if I'm gonna have to raise it from a toddler, or if we're gonna get somewhere in the middle.
As far as objects gaining sentience, in this setting, it is very much derivative off of the sort of Japanese idea of objects with enough history eventually gain a spirit.
So I have a question. And as the machine shows up, because Hell's Machine is fun, talk to, and a little bit of pain.
This is a
And-
projection with Nemoria, not a physical arrival, to be fair.
Yeah, thank God. It's hot down there.
Well, I mean, would you want the plane of existence that is Nemoria to suddenly arrive on the material plane? Nobody would want that.
No, because it's hot. It's hot down there. We went down there. It's like a sweatshop.
Because it is one. That was rude, I'm sorry.
It's not wrong.
That's
how
where
people
all...
serve their penance there.
Yep, I was about to say, that's where people go for their penance. They get stuck in a sweatshop.
And that's where bad tech people go to live.
Nemoria projects in with a devious excitement and a projection of
Pendra,
Pendra, thank you.
you're welcome.
With aggressively hesitant skepticism about bringing a goddamn toilet to life.
Piper has the result of the Turing, or at least shows the projection, the results of the Turing test. The Pendra.
I feel concerned about this. Nemoria says, I feel like we should bring in Royardi as the porcelain dragon god.
Oh my God. She looks over and is like, he would feel insulted.
Can we not insult the god of fate? I get the whole idea is if you would change fate, if you could change your fate, would you? Let's not tempt fate.
I'm letting you know her angel shoulders are shaking from giggling, like internal giggling.
You know what? Hold on. Let me roll something real quick. At the
Vinestra said,
mention.
V and Amira is going to make sure the underground cave is secured up after the party leaves and has no more threats.
Abso-fucking-lutely. And it
Okay.
seems like after the destruction of that reactor, no roll needed, that particular region of the pit is now just null and void as far as hostiles.
We gotta go to other areas later.
But it's now she's also sealing it, so I don't have to deal with people trying to
Yep.
go in there.
Mm-hmm.
With that roll, at the
That's right.
mention of Royard,
Great.
his avatar just physically arrives. What's up?
I found a sentient whale. Or at least
Piper-
Violet did. I found the
Piper
sentient
along.
toilet.
Piper passes along to that avatar and physically hands him the Turing test.
I'm the god of fate. One way or another, you crazy gaggle of characters, we're going to find a way to bring this toilet to life. It's just the fate of it at this point, based on patterns, if nothing else.
Remember, Violet's thought was, I just wanted to have a really cool seat from that time period. And put it in I wanted to put it in a container, a glass container.
Then you
and
can
just
keep
have
the
it-
seat, and I will reduce its intelligence back to its original state. However, I will keep the sentient variation of it for just a moment as he pushes his finger along the sensor, and you watch as a string of ones and zeros get ripped from that toilet, and they are floating in a physically manifested aura before they are morphing from ones and zeros to characters that you don't recognize, languages that you don't recognize, strings of falling, raining characters that are beginning to lose meaning and evolve in symbology, and start to look less like coding characters and fonts, and more like DNA helixes. Interesting. Well, should I let you grow on your own like a cancer? Or give you a framework to start with?
Probably a framework, because I don't want to have to push that thing out.
Framework would be nice.
Whoever said I was just going to put code inside of you? That wouldn't work. You're not built for that.
No, I'm not.
For once, somebody is sensible enough to realize she's not built for that.
He looks back and forth between each present character, as if taking nuggets and notes of inspiration from each.
Oh god, it's the party baby.
It is the party baby.
All spawned from a toilet. Don't you know toilets can get you pregnant? And he snaps his fingers. As suddenly that string of code manifests down into a, based on height averages, decidedly relatively short, 5'6", entirely androgynous, soft scale, textured in places, but entirely porcelain-colored skin. Humanoid creature. And for a moment, while registering where to cover their modesty, suddenly gets manifested a almost rather on-the-nose toga to cover their form.
So it's masculine. Please tell me we got it masculine, because I need to know what's going on here.
Depends on the angle you're looking at it.
She looks over it. She looks over at Gerard with the most annoyed look in her entire life. I have changelings. And
This
they
is
want
no
me to
changeling.
raise-
And I don't want you to raise this. This is an adult that's been around for thousands of years. I'm not an it. I am me.
Okay, so what's your name, me?
It can't be me. That would be too redundant. What do you all feel I should be called?
Yep.
After all, you found me in a ruin. Voice of... Whoa. I can feel it in my
What if we
chest.
just name
I
him
have a
Confucius?
chest. This is fascinating.
We're naming him Confucius.
Because he has as confused as Confucius.
Confucius say, he who go to bed with itchy butt wake up with smelly finger.
That's just a question.
Confucius.
We could name him Tao. Tao is not a
Tao.
bad name.
Tao.
He was Chinese.
I'll allow it. Tao seems unnervingly close to what I was. But I'll allow it.
I mean, it could be Zhao. Zhao is a pretty name.
The Fey elf thing is raising her hand.
What
It's
do
the
you think?
player. As player going, I had maybe 4 hours of sleep last night, and I've been up since very early
bed.
this morning. I
Ah,
died.
go do what you gotta do. Go ahead and get some fucking rest.
Oh.
Let me look up Chinese names before I...
Maybe you should name him Meatwad.
No. You can name him Li. There are so many Lees in China.
At the mention of the name Li, his physique takes on a notably lithe, but definitely more masculine form.
He's a good name. It's a strong name.
And the voice also ceases to be as soft. Li. I like it.
Also a really warm name.
Maybe we can teach it common.
I
not
already
strictly
understand
with
the
that anymore.
language.
Understand it. Oh, okay.
It's not gonna have that problem anymore.
I was being hoisted over the purple one's shoulders long enough to analyze and collect the language.
Cool.
So I guess I'm a man now. That means I have legs and I have something between those legs.
That's
You
interesting.
could call it your third leg.
It's not long enough to be a third.
Not yet.
The reason it's called a third leg is because it's a third of your own leg.
I've heard a number of rather crass terms for this particular appendage. And received enough things produced from it to understand in great detail what it is for.
Good. I don't have to explain that. Like,
Now,
I
as a
don't have
note,
to-
I have a body. I have biological conditions and urges that I must obey. As such, despite my previous nature, and I mean nothing by this, but I do mean it with an imperative emphasis, I've never eaten anything in my entire existence, not truly. And I feel like now would be a good time to start, lest this new body begin to immediately fail and shut down.
There's a cookie shoved in his mouth before he can say another word. Chew.
Taste buds are a new sensation as well.
Yes, they are.
Almost on a mechanical instinct, he then recites the every single ingredient and proportion of ingredient in the cookie as he's chewing and swallowing it.
Quit ruining the secrets.
Ingredient analysis was one of my previous features. Though I should say that's post-active diet analysis.
I'm going to give you to my grandmother to watch, and you are going to have so much fun.
Do you know of any other previous machines that were given bodies?
Yes?
Such as whom?
She pulls Eye out of her bag. Out of her necklace. Eye, would you like to meet Lee? Lee, meet Eye?
I know what Lee was. Please don't try to set me up with a toilet.
No, I'm introducing you. He said if I knew another person who had been turned into one, that way he would have someone of similar mental space to chat with once in a while.
To suggest we would even be remotely of a similar mental space is a remarkable
connected by-
overstatement.
You were all connected by a similar network called the internet. We're not having this
I
discussion. and
was
I'm
the
not having this
network.
argument. I know you were.
Part of me still
she's
is.
like basically, no. I understand. We're not having this discussion. This is not the discussion we're having. I wanted someone of similar make and model who had been given form. I am gifting that moment for him so he doesn't feel so alone.
Am I going to be the default conversationalist every time you somehow manage to turn a machine into a living being?
No.
To be fair, she didn't do it. An
That was
unfortunate
where I-
mutation of a nuclear reactor did it. And then later on, a god did it.
Mm-hmm. Ms. Royard, it wasn't me, I promise. If it was me, you would have known.
Let's go converse and see where this conversation takes us insofar as enlightenments about this thing called life that I am realizing I now have to properly understand.
She looks at her other child who's literally halfway in love with I and knows that that boy is going to follow.
Let's figure this out.
Vinestra said, "So are we doing anything else that the rest of us can engage in?"
At this time of night and in the aftermath of my seizure, I'm going to say we're probably going to be cutting it close to here, or at least here-ish, and then continuing forward with where this train was going, no pun intended, or every pun intended, next week.
She's gonna look. But Angel's gonna go over to Vinestra. I have questions for you for later.
Vinestra and Amira are in the hole.
Damn it, they're in the hole.
They're in the hole. With that in mind, and the advent of a sentient toilet person, in the most fucked up variation on date everything I've ever fucking seen.
It's not a date. She's already dating somebody. It's not a date.
At any rate, what do we want to name the session?
The toilet in the date everything game is scary, and he's angry.
They ain't leaving it because of some weird side-track toilet shenanigans. There's threats in the hole. They're dealing with the hole.
Yes, indeed.
In the hole. Put it in the hole.
In the hole was already the last session. Snake.
Damn it! In the hole part 2.
What about deeper in the hole?
No.
It's
In
accurate.
the hole, going with the flow.
That works.
The whole part 2 going with the flow.
What do you know? That's Violet has only come up to basically drop off her stuff off in her room in her like little tiny mini hoard thing that she has, and then go back down. We'll go through it when we're done. And I can't wait for us to actually. I think they
Combined a couple of titles there. Whole part 2 going with the flow.
There's another Velix ruin in this area. Joe said so. That means somewhere in this hole there's some mind flayers and we can get some information.
A little
Avery
deeper
could
than
get
the
some-
subway.
Yeah. I'm excited. Because that means that Avery can actually do some helpful things and actually like help us with like the mind flayers. So he can like do all of his really cool minds.
Yeah, sorry for the lack of extended interactability. The seizure in the middle of doing shit kind of fucked me hard.
Mm-hmm.
And it still fucked me. Again, I probably should have cut this short to play it safe, because now I feel like I'm hearing out of the fishbowl. But got through it to a point where I'm comfortable and not pissed at myself for cutting it short, so maybe I'm being stubborn for the wrong reasons. We're
Vinestra
going to go ahead and
said,
raid Coffee Cat
"That's
Presents.
understandable. Go rest up, Joe."
Yeah, we're going to raid Coffee Cat Presents. They're busy doing some D&D themselves. With session 106 of